Since we are all seated, I'm going to go ahead and call to order. It is 4:35. This is the Amador County SELPA Board meeting. And we are all in attendance. Oh, wait a minute, it's not Dr. Gibson. How do I say your name?
Hedegaard.
Dr.
Hedegaard.
Dr. Hedegaard. Do we have any additions or deletions or corrections to the agenda?
No, we do not.
Okay, the first item of business is the annual board organizational meeting. And first we have the Office of President.
So I'm going to help Sadie walk her through this because this is her first time doing an organizational meeting. So I'll just go ahead and walk you through it, even though I'm on the board, Sadie, just to help you a little bit. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to do each one individually. You'll ask for a motion. The person has to accept the motion, and then it gets seconded, and then you take a roll call vote of all 7 board members.
Okay.
If the person does not accept the nomination for the position, then we move on until we get down that path.
Okay.
Make sense?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes. May I entertain a motion for president?
All motion. Caleb Parker for president.
And then I ask if Kayla will accept.
Yes.
Kayla, would you, or I should say, Board Member Parker, would you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Okay. So then I need to ask for a second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Board Member Crow. May I ask for a roll call vote? Does the order matter, may I ask? No? Okay. Roll call vote. Board Member Crow?
Yes.
Board Member Parker?
Yes.
Board Member Marzano, is that correct?
Aye, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Board Member Whitaker?
No.
Board Member Burns?
I don't have, yes.
Okay. So summary is 4.
Keep going. Jared and I are board members right now.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay.
Okay.
We forget to. It's okay.
Thank you. Okay, Board Member Dr. Gibson?
Yes.
Board Member Jared Gritchfield?
Yes.
Okay, so we have 7 minus
6-1.
6 to 1. Okay. I will get the hang of this, excuse me. May I entertain a motion for the clerk position?
I nominate James Marzano for clerk.
Mr. Marzano, will you accept the nomination?
Yeah, I'll accept it.
Okay, thank you. May I request a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is that? That's,
Yep.
okay. So seconded by Member Marzano. So then may I take a roll call vote and start with Board Member Crow,
Yes.
Board Member Parker,
Yes.
Board Member Marzano,
Aye.
Board Member Whitaker,
Yes.
Board Member Burns,
No.
Board Member Dr. Gibson,
Yes.
Board Member Critchfield.
Yes.
Okay. All right, summary again, 6 to 1. Thank you.
We're going to move around.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No. welcome to this end of the table. So she'll present the meeting, this, and then from there, it's all you. It's okay, I'll help you, it's fine. It's what you'll get used to. Well, we only have this meeting 4 times a year, so. Okay,
All right.
I think we're all situated now.
So for the SELPA established dates for the regular board meeting, which are attached, and I will just summarize: March 27th, 2024, June 19th, 2024, and October 9th, 2024. I would like to entertain a motion,
And December.
and December, so sorry, okay.
I have a question
Yes, please.
as a board member. Is there a reason why these particular dates were chosen?
These are the dates that have been utilized in the past, and so they are just carryover from prior years and also provide kind of a nice gap across the annual calendar for us to report out on SELPA business.
Are there timelines also associated with some of these dates?
There are timelines associated with some of the dates for our compliance purposes as well as data reporting.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I move to approve the SELPA established dates for regular board meetings.
I'll second.
Thank you. May I take a roll call vote? Board Member Crow,
Yes.
Board Member Whitaker,
Yes.
Board Member Burns,
Yes.
Board Member Marzano,
Aye.
Board Member, Board President Parker,
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Gibson,
Yes.
Board Member Critchfield.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Actually, can you hold that just one, wait for next year, Jared, it is? Could we just make a note in the minutes that our current calendar for 2024, when is it, Mr. Critchfield? The 18th through 22nd?
I just noticed that March 27th, 2024, which is part of this school year, that would put board prep week during our spring break.
No, spring break is the 11th through the 15th on my calendar.
Okay, yes, you're right, we're good.
Okay, never mind, disregard anything I just said.
I apologize.
It's okay, I'd rather double, I'm like, I swear I double checked all that. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on non-agenda items? I don't think so. No? Okay. Is there any questions about the consent agenda, item 7? No? Okay, then we can entertain a motion to approve item 7.
I move we approve item 7, the consent agenda.
I'll second.
And then road call vote, Mr. Crow,
Yes.
Mr. Whitaker,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Mr. Marzano,
Aye.
and I'm a yes. And then Dr. Gibson
Yes.
and Mr. Critchfield.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. We will move on to communications and the CalPADS reporting requirements.
Okay, perfect. Oh, perfect, thank you. This is just a correspondence that is included for your information from the Department of Education, highlighting some significant changes that are taking place this academic year related to our submission of student data. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think I just would want to celebrate with you today that the part of the change that has happened is the way that information is uploaded from our student information system, which is ARIES, and also our special education information system, otherwise known as SACE, 2 cow pads. And part of what that really is an example of is the collaboration that needs to happen from the general education side of the house and the special education side of the house proactively to ensure that we have healthy data that represents what's happening in our classrooms on behalf of students. We have 2 major data reports that are due every year. One is due for fall one, actually on Friday. And we have collaboratively put together a team of people, it's small but mighty, 3 ladies that are serving in these functions. And I'm very happy to celebrate with you today that we have certified our data without any errors 2 days early. So it is a big accomplishment. But this just highlights how the reporting looks differently now from the Department of Education standpoint, and our obligation to make these very much types of adjustments at the local level. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
I just want to make a quick comment and commend you for getting the cow pads cleaned up so quickly. In years past, we are scrambling the day of. I know Mr. Critchfield can also attest to this, as it's his staff who you work with so closely. And the work that you've been doing in such a short period of time really needs to be highlighted and commended, because we are very lucky to have you on our team. Thank you for your hard work.
I appreciate that. I do want to highlight in particular, though, like you're saying, it's Michelle Hansen, Marissa Baird, and Sarah Fillmore that deserve the credit. So thank you. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any other questions about the CalPad information? Okay, then it looks like we can move on to the CAC Chair Report with Mr. Harris.
Can everybody hear me? All right. Well, I just want to thank everybody for having me. Sadie, thank you for inviting me to share a statement on the CAC update. For those who don't know, CAC stands for Community Advisory Committee. This is in particular for special education for Amador. First and foremost, I'd just like to thank my board for, we wouldn't have gotten as far as we have so far without my board members and my members. And I also really want to thank Sadie. She's been doing a fantastic job, as Tori mentioned, in the last 2 months. She's gotten me things in 2 weeks that other previous administrators, it took a couple years to get us. So yeah, I'm very thankful to have her and Joshua Brock and Jonathan Murray added to our team on the Special Education Administration. So just wanted to give you guys an update on everything we've been doing. We've never actually really given an update, so I kind of included some stuff from last year, but mostly from this year. Right now, we are holding general meetings every other odd month in the school year. We usually do that on the first Tuesday of the month, and at those general meetings, Sadie or whoever our SELPA rep is would provide SELPA updates at every meeting. We've formed event workshop subcommittees and bylaws subcommittees to kind of split off the task and stuff. I can tell you which one we've had more meetings for. Definitely not the bylaws. But you know, there's a lot of housekeeping and updates to our committee that needs to be done that we haven't done in the past. And now hopefully with Sadie's expertise, we can get all that cleaned up and up to date. We have a workshop and event every other even month. Right now we're just doing to the school year and hopefully eventually year round. Last year, or our previous events, we did we had a booth at the Celebrate Our Children event by Amador Child Care Council. And most recently, we've done a Special Olympics workshop about starting a Special Olympics like sports team is really what it is. It's a sports team for disabilities and special needs for Amador, because we actually have a director for Amador Calaveras, but most of the things were happening in Calaveras, and with our chaotic schedules as special needs parents, it was pretty impossible to make that drive for practice every week. So I need to check in with Sadie on that, but we did have enough athletes and a head coach, and I believe enough volunteers to make that happen. Most recently, we had our sensory-friendly Santa event, which I can't tell you how incredible that was. It was immeasurable moments with families, and the parents and caregivers were extremely thankful for what we did, and the moments with the children were, and adults, were unforgettable. It was really cool. We had scheduled appointments, 10-minute appointments, extremely sensory friendly. The kids got to kind of either warm up or just kind of take their time, and we had enough time to get at least a decent picture, or really good pictures in some cases. It was very nice to participate in that and be able to experience that with the kids. Upcoming events and ideas we were having, I don't know if it's really a workshop, but Sadie is going to be providing Brown Act training for our board, which we desperately need. I'm not used to these formal type events. We're also going to be doing like a sensory-friendly Easter Bunny. We had talked about doing a ALICE training. I actually talked to Sergeant Moon with the Jackson Police Department about doing an ALICE training for parents and caregivers of special needs kids, because right now the ALICE training is just for like students and staff, but our kids, it's really hard when they're like nonverbal, or like a lot of the ALICE stuff kind of doesn't even apply, and so that should be coming up in the next few months, hopefully. And then special needs financial planning, special needs trust, ABLE accounts, that kind of stuff. IEP workshop, resource fair, that would be a big one probably during the summer if we do that one this year. And then lastly, I just wanted to close with one of our most important events that we've been having is our Coffee and Connection group. It's a group mainly for parents and caregivers, special needs, just to get together in an informal setting, not a general meeting, and to connect, share experiences, share resources. A lot of the veteran special needs parents like myself can share with brand new special needs parents, because it can be a very lonely road and journey. And that's honestly been our biggest goal. Our purpose is to bridge the gap of the community, like the parents and even the educators and the paraeducators with the SELPA, but mostly we are trying to build a community, build a bigger community for the special needs community, and connect with them. At these Coffee and Connections, I just want to thank the Valley Mountain Regional Center. They've been providing food for our events and childcare, which is very important if we want to get special needs parents to come to these things. And they actually are going to be integrating professional therapists and mental health professionals to integrate and speak at our Coffee and Connections. And those are every third Tuesday at 6 p.m. at First 5 Amador. And this year we're going to be doing that year round. Thank you so much.
Luke, I had a question real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Is next week's one at Strings, though? Are you doing it at different places?
No,
Is
that's
that
our
something
food
different?
vendor.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
got it, okay. I
So
understand
everybody,
now.
they
Okay.
RSVP, they give me the order, and we have the food there at First 5. It's just a lot easier for the childcare aspect to have it at First 5.
When is the next meeting? Or the next
Our next Coffee and Connection is next Tuesday.
Tuesday? Okay.
Yeah, and our next general meeting is January 9th. It's not the first Tuesday because that falls on break. So we're gonna have on January 9th, 6 p.m. And right now we're holding those at the district office.
Awesome, that all sounds really great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. It's been
Welcome.
very enlightening.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so next looks like we have information only. We can go ahead from there.
May we go back just real quickly to the distribution of the CAC flyers?
Yeah.
It was actually listed right before the chair report.
Oh, did I miss it? Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay. They're just included, so, the CAC created a trifold of information, and we have also been able to translate it into Spanish. So we've distributed these to the school sites, and so families would expect to receive one of these as an informational item at the time that they're receiving their procedural safeguards in an IEP meeting. So just wanted to kind of give you a little bit more background on what the CAC is, as well if it's new to you, but that then this is right now kind of our marketing strategy. So thank you. That's all.
That's great. And then we will go into the information only, the SELPA local plan.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I just have a brief update in regards to the local plan. We did receive confirmation from the Department of Education that the local plan that was presented to all of you at the end of last year has been conditionally approved with some minor adjustments that need to be made either at this next revision or within the next 3 years within the governance section. So it will be my recommendation that we go ahead and integrate their suggested edits when we present the revised local plan at the end of this year. So I look forward to working with our CAC in regards to that, but just wanted to express that it has been conditionally accepted and has been posted to our website.
Perfect. And then we have legislation update.
Yes, so this piece of legislation, so Senate Bill 354, it was not signed by the the governor, excuse me, which I guess is in and of the same. But I just wanted to highlight this and make sure that it was brought to your attention. The goal of this bill was to revise the administrative services credential to integrate more direct instruction around implementation of inclusion. And I did attach the veto message from the governor. And so I just wanted to highlight this in regards to, even though the bill was not signed into law, the commitment in the veto message towards inclusive practices align with the district strategic plan and commitment to multi-tiered system of support. So just for your information, and I'm again happy to answer any questions, but wanted to make sure you were aware of this piece of legislation, as I believe we are going to see it again being proposed.
I don't have any questions. Anybody have any questions on any of that so far? Okay, so we can go on to the number 3 staffing update.
Okay. Staffing, as it has come up before, is a concern at large, but let alone with special education. And so I just, as a consistent practice, would like to bring forward to you all a staffing update when we have the SELPA meetings. Similarly, in partnership with the CIC, I know that that is an important piece of information. So I also think it's really important, though, to highlight all of our staffing. We're not just those positions that we have vacancies. I do think that there are many areas we're celebrating. The teacher for deaf and hard of hearing, the vision impairment specialist, those are positions that are critically critically vacant across the state, maybe I would say. So I'm very, I want to elevate that is not a vacancy for Amador, and so that is worth celebrating. At the same time, we do have other critical positions that are vacant and are collaborating closely with our human resources department in order to look at where there's opportunities for recruitment and then also, of course, retention. And I know we had discussed this at a prior board meeting as well, but again, just want to answer any questions should you have any.
Okay, thank you. And then we can do.
I have a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
On the number of vacancies and positions, does that get impacted through the consolidation? I mean, will the numbers stay the same?
The numbers will, they will not change. The numbers for our vacancies are always driven by the number of students that we have eligible as well as the services that they receive. So it is a practice that we monitor consistently throughout the year and would do so regardless of consolidation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions on staffing? Okay, we can go on to the finance update.
Okay, thank you. So the first, I just wanted to include, we were required to provide a final report to the Department of Education in the last 6 months in September in regards to how the utilization of funds were spent related to the Learning Recovery Plan. And so I included the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. The first one that is in your packet highlights the AB 130 related to specifically the learning recovery plan. These are two different pots of money so I just, even though they both start with AB 130, the next two items, I don't want them to be confused, so. But I'm happy to answer any questions in regards to those reports and then the students that were served in them.
We already spent all the money by September 30th?
The requirement was to, exhaust the funds for these particular pots of money. So the first one was $441,000 and 761 cents. So this is not the total learning recovery. It was only for that was submitted within the SELPA, if I may clarify.
So this was just specific monies that had to be spent by a certain time?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and so below you can see so of the 400 and some odd $1,000, what was used for salaries, certificated as well as classified. So there was an investment in school psychologists as well as transportation, benefits for providing those employees and their services, as well as then materials, technology, tied again to pandemic-related needs.
So we have a school psychologist for special ed?
The school psychologists are providing assessment as well as special education-related services. So that I would, is the connection there.
Not necessarily just for special ed.
If I'm understanding your question correctly, so the school psychologists support all of our students, of course, and especially when you think about them conducting initial evaluations, those students are definitely general education students first, and if students aren't found eligible, our school psychologists are serving all of our students. At the same time, their credential authorizes them to provide specific services within the IEP, as well as then conducting the triennial reevaluations, et cetera. So and I would turn to Jared, they could be potentially split funded as an example, but in implementation and in action, they serve all of our students. They're not just special ed, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any other questions on that part? Okay, then we'll go on to the dispute prevention, AB 130.
Perfect. So this, again, it was just a report that was due, so want to make sure that you're aware of it. This was directly related to our prevention and alternative dispute resolution. So it was a smaller amount of dollars, but again, had a deadline and needed to be spent within a certain time. And so how the SELPA had utilized those funds specifically in order to help mediate a number of cases in which the families or guardians were not in agreement with IEPs. That's when alternative dispute resolution as a process is available for local mediation. So this is again just for your information, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't have questions.
No. Anybody else?
Okay.
No? Okay.
All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, you can go on to C.
Okay. And then for the excess cost calculation, I'm actually going to call upon my colleague, Jared Critchfield, not as a board member, but as the CFO to help share this information.
So each year, excess cost is determined by looking at the state and federal monies that are provided for special education students, and then what it takes from our general fund money to provide the full education for our special education students. This is not an indictment of how much it costs to educate special education students, but it is an indictment of how underfunded it is. And so what that means is when you go to that form, You don't have to understand anything else on it. If you go to the very bottom line, the 4.697 million is essentially saying that what we were provided in special ed funds fell short by 4.697 million last school year, and what it actually took to educate our special education students. So that is the excess cost.
And that money all comes out of general fund to help supplement what we're not getting from the state, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And if I, yeah. Oh,
Can one of you talk a little bit about kind of the state average and some of those things that we've been exploring?
Yes, so, and I'm gonna actually, just for my reference, if I may, multitask and pull up the chart, because we have a, that, as you know, I participate in the state SELPA meetings, which is a wonderful place that we can share statewide information and get statewide averages. And they had just released, because we know for the federal government contribution as well as for state, the local budgets have to compensate for when there is an excess cost. And so I'm trying to remember the exact amounts, but on average, the federal government originally had committed approximately 40% to funding special education services. In reality, they are providing less than 10%. And the state should be contributing approximately 30%, I think it is, and they are also falling far short. There is a lovely, and I could provide this actually at the next SELPA and include it as an information item, but a really helpful chart that looks at over time, the last 10 years, the average contribution amounts. But it is a statewide and nationwide challenge and issue.
So is that like a mandated cost that the state is supposed to be paying that they're just not, or is that just, I guess, I don't know if that question makes any sense. When you said they're supposed to be contributing 40%, but they're only contributing 10, is that just like their suggested amount that they should be contributing, or is there like a law in place for that they're just willy-nilly deciding not to follow, or how does that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a commitment that was made long ago at the time that then they were looking at IDEA. And the concept was recognizing that the cost of educating individuals with disabilities, especially those with extensive needs, it far exceeds the dollar amount that we receive for average daily attendance. And so the percentages were overarching kind of generalizations, but the original commitment from the federal government was around 40% of the costs, and they have fallen short consistently ever since. And it is often something that we overlook as a greater community because those commitments were made so long ago, and we have things like excess costs that have groomed us to kind of get used to this process, to be honest.
So Jared, I like to connect the dots here. So what we have here is an average annual expenditure per student for our special education students. And it's just over 13,000. That's pretty comparable to what we get in ADA for a high school student, correct?
No, it's gonna be less than that for a high school kid.
It's not close to that.
I mean, you could say it's somewhat close, but when you multiply it by 560 special education students, right,
Right.
on a per student basis, that's where you end up falling super
Is it over
short.
10 per student?
It's over 10, absolutely.
Okay. So the 12 million is educating 560 students.
Yes.
I don't know what that divides out to. It's not double 13,000 per student, but it's, what, you think maybe 20-ish? Like, I'm just doing some rough proportions. That's a staggering shortfall for special education funding.
So I can speak a little bit to this. So the last time I went to Washington DC and we did advocacy work, this was at the top of our agenda. It's always at the top of the agenda, especially for county superintendents. We currently are funded lower than we were back in 2008. So the federal government, exactly, the federal government continues to say, we're gonna make this up later, we're gonna make this up later, we're gonna make this up later, and then they cut funds, cut funds, cut funds. There was a period in time where they were much higher even than we are in today's funding source. And so it's staggering that the dollar, right, we have all this inflation, we have all this stuff happening financially across everything that we do, yet we are actually back to when we had the major recession in 2008 at that funding level from the federal government. But yet our costs are higher, litigation is through the roof in all districts, we're not alone. And so it's one of the things that we continue, in fact, coming up, I want to say February, singles are going to the state capitol for an advocacy day to meet with lawmakers. And this is a topic that will continually be brought up with the state as well. Because the law is actually that they are supposed to they made the law and they don't follow their own law, so.
Well, and in addition, a single is at a disadvantage because we don't get as much funding for the county side, which is typically where some of those services are budgeted for, correct?
Right, so as an example, if you're a superintendent in a district and you have, let's say, 9 other school districts in your county and you're your own SELPA, so you have 9 school districts and you send each district, let's say they're all small school districts, and you all send 2 or 3 kids to the county is gonna do what's called a bill back, and the bill back comes then to the district for those costs. I can tell you, I can give you the number of what the bill back was 3 years ago before I came to Amador. And at that point in time, it was anywhere from $80,000 to $125,000 per student to go to the county office. Now, there were some ways that we could offset small amounts of that, and I'm gonna say 40,000, let's say, of 125,000 for a student that we had, through excess costs through the state, but it's hours and hours of paperwork. For us, it was worth it because the county office helped us do it. For us, it's like Sadie and I talking to each other like, okay, well, let's get the county office to help each other and we move seats, just like you guys do, right? We move seats and go, okay, now we're gonna help ourselves, we're gonna fill out this paperwork. And so it just doesn't work the same for singles. So those are some of the things specifically around special ed that singles are very much advocating for ourselves on. And this is new advocacy that started in the last 2 years.
Julia, can I explain the 13,000 a little bit more? I think it might help.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, because she just threw out a vastly larger number.
yeah, so what the 13,000
Welcome.
represents is the cost per student for the amount of time they spend in special education. It doesn't take into account how much we spend on those students for the time they spend in the general education environment. And we push the majority of our special education students into the general education environment. This form ignores all that. So we're not spending $13,000 per kid. We're spending $13,000 per kid on the time they spend in special education. Some kids might only spend 10% of their time in special education. So if you really look at it like big picture, a general education kid is going to cost us anywhere between $8,000 to $10,000 to educate them. That cost still sits there with a special education student. Then you add on the 13,000 to then provide them all the special education services they need on average. So now you're looking at, for a special education kid to get the education they deserve and need, you're now talking, you're more in the range of $21,000 to $24,000 is what we actually spend to educate that student. Does that help paint the picture a little bit better?
Yes, but now it makes me think of the word unduplicated.
So special education students are not unduplicated students. Unduplicated students are for the LCAP. They are socioeconomically disadvantaged. They're EL, foster youth, right? They're not, you don't get extra funds on unduplicated for
Okay.
being special education.
That's the question I was asking.
And then those monies get put into the LCAP, and students may be special education or they may not be special education to be unduplicated, right? But the unduplicated comes from, like I use this example, if you're a foster student, you're most likely going to be socioeconomically disadvantaged. So you check 2 boxes, but you don't get to count that kid twice. That's where the whole unduplicated term came from. But
So it
special
doesn't apply
education
to
is,
any of this.
it's not a metric for unduplicated pupils.
So just real quick, when you're talking about how they spend, and some of them is true, they only spend a very small portion of their time in an actual special education classroom.
Yeah, they might be speech only, right?
Right,
And then they
and
spend
then
the rest
their
of the time.
rest of their time in general ed. And even still, even if they're not, if they are mainstreamed and pushed into a general education classroom, do those funds cover like perhaps a one-on-one aid that would have to go with them, or does that come from something else?
It would cover the aid.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely, because that's still considered a special education service
Service,
if
okay.
that aid were provided for that kid or a group of students. But the teacher, the general education teacher, that's
That's not funded from any of those.
Correct.
Right, okay.
When you're part of it, when we are also our own SELPA, there are some challenges that do come with that, where in a smaller set, or in a different type of setting with the regular system, a separate, and I mean regular meaning the 51 other counties in the state, which I'm gonna call the majority. The majority of them, every district puts in extra pots of money into a fund. So if you have an extraordinary cost, we had a student that was an extraordinary cost. By the time he was getting ready to leave us and go to high school, he was about $65,000 a year to educate him because of his health needs. And so, of course, we wanted to, support that student. We were able to go in, we were able to ask the SELPA to help support us, so they helped fund some of that, because for small school districts, it becomes really, really challenging. You get a couple of students at that level, even in a district our size, and it can add up very, very quickly. Mind you, that $165,000 was 3 years ago. So we've given 22% raise, roughly, right, we calculated today, in the last just 2 years, right, Jared? In the last 3 years, we've given a 22% raise to all staff. So that comes with it. PERS and STIRS contributions have increased since then. So that student at 165,000, then Jared would probably be what, close to 200,000 in today's world.
I'd put it over 200. I'd put 220 to 240 probably.
Okay, so even in a district our size, we have 3 of 4 students with that significant of a need health-wise that, you're looking at $1 million. And we don't get to dip into any additional funds or any other support systems because we're also our own SELPA, which is also why I think some of these cost factors too, they just look so heavy. But I don't know many districts that don't contribute probably 40%. Would you agree with that, Sadie?
Oh, yes. And actually, so I found my little chart, and another way of saying this, the same thing would be your local share of special education expenditures. So thinking about all of the expenditures that we have for special education, what is the local share contribution? So I would just highlight in 2021 is the last round of data that then this group produced. And the average local share contribution was 65.5%. So the federal was 8.55%, whereas the original federal commitment was 40%, and they're actually covering less than 9%. And then the state is 25.94%, so almost 26% of the special ed expenditures. So I do think, and those are statewide averages. So, we are not alone in this, but it's much closer to 65%, 70% over the course of the last 10 years.
It's incredibly frustrating from our position, because then we get in situations where we talk about this and it can be perceived like special education students are a burden to us, and we never want that to be the narrative in any way, shape, or form. But there's just a reality to they have needs that exceed other students, and those needs come with a cost. And so it's just unfortunate that we're put in that position where we're now putting these forms out and saying, it almost looks like we're griping about we had to spend this much on special education. It's not about that. It's underfunded. That is the problem.
And I think we acknowledge that we're slightly over-identified, and we're working on that. I know Sadie and Michelle are really working on, through our strategic plan components, we're working on really figuring those pieces out and getting some solid interventions prior to students getting that far down the road, so that we can support them sooner as well, and that'll help too.
I have a question. I've read where there's the forecast of a deficit for the state budget that's really large, so I'm just wondering.
68 billion with a B.
So I know it's going to affect the ACUSD. What about the special education department? Is the outlook just as bleak, or where are we at as far as if that does happen?
Well, so as Jared was kind of highlighting, our special education funds come from different places than just the LCFF. So we receive our state and federal dollars. I would not anticipate, and as this chart would show back to 2011, that necessarily the revenues for special education will decrease even more. But I think the flip side of that is we cannot count on, and although we should not stop, things like the inclusive legislation that I highlighted earlier, the lobbying efforts that are taking place in Washington, and also like the CAC members will have a lobbying day in the spring. I mean, it is very important that we continue to express the need to fully fund special education expenditures at the original commitments that were made 25 years ago. But we can't anticipate getting any additional support and assistance. It's probably the flip side.
Yeah, and I think that, Shane, to the point, it wouldn't be that special education revenues would decrease next year. They wouldn't, it's looking like they won't increase at the same rate that expenditures will increase. So it's a matter of like proportionality, right? You can look at a dollar amount and say, oh, well, we got a little bit more special education money. But if it's not at a rate of increase that is equivalent to the increase of the expenditures, then in essence, that is a decrease, if that makes sense.
Yeah, leveling off does not help.
No, not at all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else have anything they wanted to add? Well, I found this meeting very helpful and enlightening, so thank you for all the information that we were presented. Looks like we can go on to the next meeting, and it's scheduled tentatively here at the Amador County Administration Building for Wednesday, March 27th, 2024. And then, is that it? Okay, this thing. Okay, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot that we do this first. Okay, each year we do election of officers. Now's the time we do it. It's always on a calendar basis and not the fiscal year, like a school year. Why, I don't know, but it is. So I'm going to call for a motion for president.
Can
I
I move to
move
approve
for
Kayla
Julie
Parker?
Burns to be president.
Oh. Okay, who wants to go first?
Kayla Parker for president?
So we have 2 nominations.
So we have Kayla and we have
Julia.
Julia. Kayla, do you accept?
Yes.
Julia, do you accept?
Yes.
I don't know that I can have 2 motions at once. I've never been in this position before.
Do one then the other.
So I guess do we have a second for Kayla?
I mean, I'll second.
Okay, so Kayla, so it's James and Kayla. Okay, so so the first was James, second was Kayla. Let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
No.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
No.
And Ms. Burns?
No.
So motion does not pass. Second motion was for Julia. Julia, you accepted. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Marzano?
No.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2 for president. Clerk?
I'll move to approve Kayla Parker for clerk.
Okay. So Kayla, James, Kayla, you accept?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I am also going to nominate Jim.
Okay, we'll put Jim after Kayla. Okay. Kayla, let's see. We have a first from James.
I have a question about that. I believe adding the list that you did on the president vote was because we both did it at the same time.
Yeah, so we're going to wait for Jim.
Right.
Yeah, correct. So right now we're on, Kayla's been nominated by James, correct, Mr. Marzano?
Correct.
And Kayla, or Ms. Parker, you've accepted. So now I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay. And we will do a roll call vote. Mr. Crow,
No.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Marzano,
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker,
No.
and Ms. Burns.
No.
Okay, do we have another nomination?
I'll nominate Shane Crow for clerk.
Okay, Shane, do you accept?
No.
Okay, do we have another motion?
You need a second?
I just need a motion on the table. I don't have a motion right now. Shane did not accept.
I nominated Mr. Whitaker.
Okay, so we have Mr. Whitaker. Mr. Whitaker, do you accept?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Shane, second. And we'll do roll call vote. Mr. Crow,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
No.
Mr. Marzano,
No.
Mr. Whitaker,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a 3-2 vote. Sorry, I'm making sure my notes are here. 3-2 vote for clerk.
Can I have a question?
Yes.
Can I ask a question
Yes.
regarding the governing board?
Oh, please.
How does this board begin to start a rotation of seats for secretary, or excuse me, clerk and president for the sake of, I don't even know the proper word.
If desired.
If desired by
If we
me?
wanted to. No, like,
Oh,
just if that's what we wanted to do.
Bylaws. I mean, the bylaws, yeah, we could put it in the bylaws where they could say that somebody could only sit in a seat for 2 years or 3 years or 1 year or whatever. That would be part of a bylaw.
And it could also be where it rotates around, where you know going into the following year that it will be this person in that spot, you know, for example.
Yeah, I don't know that we could do that, because if something happens to somebody or somebody resigns, I don't think you can predict that. I wouldn't go that far. I would just say that you could put a term limit, I think is probably what Mr. Marzano is asking more about, is how you put a term limit so that it gets to rotate throughout the board.
Well, I know I'm not the only one that's curious about this, because other governing boards throughout the country have rotating,
Yeah, it's part of the bylaw usually. So some boards you'll have
not
the same.
all, but some.
Yeah, some, yeah. So you could have some board presidents that sit in the seat for 6, 7 years, 8 years. And the board prefers it that way. Everybody likes the seat they sit in, and then some boards prefer to shake it up a little bit each year.
I know the County Board of Supervisors has a rotation around that they have, and they do have one caveat in that if you are elected your first year, you cannot be the chairman of the board. They want you to be on the board for at least a year.
Of course,
Yeah.
That's what our county supervisors do.
right. I mean, in the board president's workshop that I attended, they said something like that as well.
Yeah.
You don't want to throw somebody at the wolves right away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I sat in that with you.
Do we have a nomination for secretary to the board? I'm
I
sorry,
know-
Mr. Marzano, does that answer your question? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to move on.
It does. Isn't the secretary always you?
Yes, but somebody has to nominate me and I have to accept, which,
I nominate
I'm gonna
Tori Gibson as secretary to the board.
yes, I accept. Is there a second? I'll second myself.
I'll second.
Okay, Shane, you can second it. Perfect. So we have Jim with the first, Shane with the second, and we'll do a roll call vote. Shane?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Crow. Yes. Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Okay, passes 5-0. Thank you all. Item number 2, establishing dates of regular board meeting for 2024 calendar. You can see the dates attached. They're all kind of aligned with breaks, due dates to the state, whatever each department has. We've looked it over, and we feel good about it. Can I have a motion for approval?
Can I ask, is this basically echo what happened this year?
This year, yes, it is. It's pretty much a mirror image, just based on the date changes for the year. Yeah, identical.
And these are for regularly scheduled meetings. Emergency and special board meetings can be called at appropriate times.
Correct. Study sessions, evaluation, that kind of stuff, yes.
I move we accept the county school board's meetings for the district for 2024.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Burns, roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Perfect. 5-0, we are good to go. We'll get those uploaded and get those posted on the website first thing tomorrow. Okay, I'm gonna turn the meeting,
Okay.
and nobody needs to move seats, so I'm gonna pass it back to you so we can get to closed session.
Do we have any public comments on closed session, since we have folks in the room? No? Okay. We are going to retire to closed session. We expect to be back 6:30 for open session. Thank you.
What's that?
Thank you for your patience. Okay, we are going to call to order. We have some things to report out from closed session. It's going to take me a second. For case 22/23-7, recommendation to not readmit was approved, 5-0. That's confusing. Did that make sense? Denial to readmit was approved, 5-0. Case 22/23-9, the recommendation was to not readmit. The board voted denial to readmit, 5-0. Case 22/23-11, the recommendation is to readmit. The board voted to readmit by a vote of 4-1. I don't have to identify who voted no, right?
No.
Okay. Case 22/23-12, the recommendation is to readmit. The board voted unanimously to readmit. Case 22/23-21, recommendation is to readmit, and the board voted unanimously to readmit. Last one. Case 23/24-2, recommendation is to readmit. The board voted unanimously to readmit. And the board voted 5-0 to approve Office of Administrative Hearing case 2023-04-0802. Dr. Gibson, do we have any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
Items 16.5, C, and D have been pulled. That is it.
Thank you. We are ready for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I don't see any presentations or recognitions on the agenda tonight, so we are going to move on to employee organizations. Mrs. Jensen is not with us tonight. She did send us a letter. Do you want me to read it?
It's up to you.
It was brief, so I will go ahead and read that. I don't have any tabs. I'm going to skip it because I can't find it. So, thank you, Jim. Okay. Amador County Unified School District Board of Trustee members, I am unable to attend tonight's school board meeting due to another commitment. Please accept this letter in my stead. The Amador County Teachers Association is proud to offer 2 items for your attention this evening. First, the district and Amador County teachers bargaining teams have worked for nearly 2 years to combine the 2 contracts when members of special educators of Amador County, also SEEK, joined the Amador County Teachers Association. We look forward to you recognizing the cooperation between ACTA and the district leadership through approving the 24 articles presented to you so that we will be able to better represent all persons within our bargaining unit. The other item presented to you is the Sunshine Letter. Your approval will guide us through our continued cooperation at the bargaining table. We look forward to working with the district to serve our community and the students of Amador County. Respectfully, Jeanette Jensen, ACTA President. That sounds like good news.
It is.
Okay. 11.2, California School Employees Association, Ms. Martz.
I don't think she's here.
I don't see her in the room. Item 12 is discussion only, school consolidation updates. We do have some public comment cards for consolidation. So I'm gonna read the public comment blurb. Oh, we have one more. Okay. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. This is an agenda item. The 3-minute limit still applies. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. So I have the speaker cards here. We have 9 total. So I am going to ask the board. I'm going to make sure these are all for consolidation real quick. Okay, so we have 9 for consolidation. That would be 7 minutes over if we went the full 3 minutes for all 9 speakers. 8, sorry. So only 4 minutes.
Do we still need to make a motion for 4 minutes?
I would appreciate a formal motion
I'll move to approve.
I second the motion to.
to allow all the speakers.
Correct.
Thank you. We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes, and I'm going to go back for the advisory votes.
Yes.
Thank you, and
Yes.
thank you. Okay, so our first speaker is going to be Ronnie Gold. And then when she is done, we'll have Demi Wright.
Ty, you let me know when you start.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, my name is Ronnie, and I have 2 children that currently attend Ione Elementary. This consolidation process has felt rushed and like it's been moving too fast, and now, with many serious and legal issues being brought to light, it just goes to show that it truly is, in fact, moving too fast. Knowing the history of unsuccessful bond approvals, as well as the history of Ione previously losing a school, I would have hoped the previous board and cabinet would have tried a little harder to gain the trust of the community that I live in. While we are one community, it is hard to feel a part of it when you are not considering the majority of your students within the district. The numbers show for themselves. Ione has the most students within this school district, so it makes the least sense that we yet again lose another school. I wish Ione would have been kept in your thoughts along the way when building this master plan for consolidation. But it seems as if strategically planned out, we get the short end of the stick again. Although I do appreciate the previous principal, Jenny DeWalt, and her deemed bravery for exposing the condition of our elementary school, once that information is out there, it's hard to come back from such an article like that. If Ione Elementary is in such terrible shape, why are children still currently attending this school and will continue to be at this school for another 1.5 years? The way this school is talked about, you guys make it seem like it needed to be condemned yesterday. Although there are some truths to the article, it's hard at this point to know which ones are true and exaggerated at this point. And if anything, Pioneer Elementary got a worse overall rating than Ione Elementary's campus, and yet theirs gets to remain open. Before the bond went out to vote, it was stated that another portable would not be built. And I mean, technically another one's not going to be built, but they are going to be moved. Before the bond went out to vote, it was stated, quite frankly, the gym at Argonaut is too small for a school of 500 students that it currently has there now, and now it will have to accommodate both schools. Before the bond went out, it was stated that Torrey and Critchfield would work day and night to obtain funding if the bond failed to make consolidation work, and not one peep of scaling back this plan, just different funding. And before the bond went out to vote, it was stated that being more efficient will allow more courses to be offered with the same number of staff. The same number of staff and the same staff too, because I'm having a hard time also believing that every single person that currently holds a job within this district will be keeping their jobs once this is all said and done. I'm just reading between the lines here. I understand your guys' need to keep the gears in drive mode, but tonight, board, I'm not asking you to slam this in reverse. I'm asking you to put it in park so some of us can catch up to this car. Otherwise, you've made it clear that you are leaving us in the dust. Thank you.
Demi Wright, and then Cody Gold.
Hi, my name is Demi Wright, and I have 2 children attending the school district. My oldest only has a few years left before graduation, but my youngest one is just starting out. I'm here tonight to speak to all of you as a mom. My children are the most important thing in my life, and I stand here in front of all of you. I know from firsthand experience that most of you feel the same. President Burns, I have seen your dedication to your children. James, your actions speak louder than your words, and you live and breathe for your kids. Kayla, same goes for you. And Jared, when we were coworkers, your pride for your children shined bright with the stories you would share about them. It is safe to say that we're all here for our kids. My kids are also what prompted me to start the petition asking you all to pause the consolidation movement. In less than a month, we have received 1,412 signatures from business owners, county officials, and other parents. 1,412 community members are asking you all to please pause. Although well-intended, there is significant concern from the community. We believe that through open dialogue and collaboration, we can develop a plan that the majority of the community can agree with, one that will create a school district our children can feel proud to attend. We aren't saying no, but what we're asking for is some real thought and an ethical plan moving forward. I am fully aware that Amador County is tough. They are deeply rooted families here, and it's hard to gain their trust. I would know because I am a transplant, and I still work at this every single day. But that's what it takes. Time. Slow down. The county did not trust the school district to begin with, and you had an opportunity to be really transparent, slow, meet with the people, develop a plan, work towards that bond. Jared, you knew this better than anyone else, and you didn't do that. You rushed, and now here we are with a lot of unpleasant feelings and the lowest support for the school administration and board in years. I want us all to take a deep breath tonight, and I'm gonna ask you to think in 5, 10, 15 years from now, if your kids go back and listen to the recordings from these meetings, are they gonna feel proud of you? Are they gonna feel proud to graduate from this modular form of a high school? Are they gonna think that you did everything in your power to represent the people who voted you in? Will they be proud of your legacy you're leaving the school board? Julia, are your kids gonna feel proud? I sure hope so. This county is built on hardworking people. We don't take the easy road, and we don't cut corners. We will never trust the plan and the path that you're on. Please work with the people. Let's build this school district together. One that the community can feel proud to support, and one that our children will feel proud to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. After Cody Gold, we have John Gedney.
Good evening. My name is Cody Gold, and I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'll admit that I've been a bit of a keyboard warrior thus far, so I was excited that my schedule has finally allowed me to attend one of these in person. I could share a lot of reasons why this consolidation plan is a bad idea, why I think we have wrongfully ended up where we are today. But I believe the community has already done an excellent job providing you with plenty of examples throughout public comment, emails, conversations, etc. Instead, I will use my few minutes to present you with a couple facts about our current situation. 1, the district keeps reminding people this is just phase 1. The current plan is designed to get us by until we can pass a bond, hopefully in the near future. Number 2, the district will need the community's trust and support to pass said bond. Number 3, if it hasn't been made abundantly clear by now, the district absolutely does not currently have the community's trust and support. Number 4, trust and support for the district will continue to decline the more we continue down the road we are currently on. Number 5, roughly 1/4 of the voting public in the county currently live in the Ione area. Number 6, you will need the support of the residents of Ione to pass any bond that comes up in the near future. Number 7, you will never, capitalize, never get the residents of Ione to support a bond measure that includes removing a school site from our town. With that said, I'm also here to make a pledge to you tonight that if you take a tactical pause, regroup, and work with the community rather than against us to create a plan and a funding source we can all support, we will succeed in getting our kids the facilities they deserve. We can't change the past, but we have every opportunity to change the future. Let's do it together or we're doomed to fail. Thank you.
Following John Gedney, we have Jason Kazad.
Thank you, members of the board. John Gedney, Executive Director of the Amador County Transportation Commission. I just want to make it clear, I'm going to join the chorus of speakers who are asking you to pause on behalf of the ACTC. I want to make it clear that the ACTC is only interested in transportation impacts. We have no position on the project at all, just transportation impacts. And I'm responding to the discussion that we heard at your November 8th meeting. Staff made a lot of discussions about the environmental impact report and vehicle miles traveled, process that was going to be undertaken, and mentioned that you're working in conjunction with ACTC. And unfortunately, I'm here to say your staff is not working in conjunction with ACTC. We asked in our letter, our NOP letter, for impacts to be analyzed in the EIR, safety impacts in particular. That's not being done. I saw the PowerPoint presentation that's going to be presented tomorrow at your workshop. We'll be there to discuss it. You've already decided to just do vehicle miles traveled, and you're going to recommend, their staff is going to recommend, your consultant is going to recommend that you approve the EIR with a statement of significant and unavoidable impacts, transportation issues related. We're going to oppose that. We've heard, the November 8th meeting was the third time that we've heard your staff ask other agencies to fix problems that your project is expected to create. This, it's annoying. You came to an ACTC meeting last year and asked why ACTC hasn't fixed the 88 Argonaut Lane intersection. At an internal meeting with your environmental impact consultant, repeated that. We asked you to understand the process, asked staff to understand the process and work with us. And then again in November 8th, you asked why the county hasn't fixed Wicklow Way. I can go into details on how the process works, but I only have 3 minutes. But more than annoying, this near obsession with the problems at this intersection belies an awareness that there's going to be a problem at this intersection. It needs to be studied in the EIR. Clearly, it's not being studied in the EIR. Now, it's not just ACTC that's important. We don't have a dog in this fight. We're a partner. We're a partner agency with Caltrans. And Caltrans sent a letter in response to the NOP. They agreed that a VMT analysis is required under CEQA. They also said this, and this is important. They said in the letter to you, in addition to the VMT analysis, the proposed project needs to conduct the Q analysis at the intersections of State Route 49 in Hoffman, 49 in Sutter, and more importantly, 88 and Argonaut Lane.
Sir, I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Are they?
Yes.
Can I have a clarification question? Can you tell me what NOP, the acronym NOP is, and also the acronym VMT? What is a VMT analysis?
So I think it was MVT and it was miles.
No,
or
that's not.
Vehicle
no,
miles
that's-
traveled?
No, that's not what I'm referring to.
Oh,
I just have a little bit more to discuss, and I can address that if you give me another minute. I'm sorry to go over my time.
unfortunately, we're not going to have the luxury of doing that for every single speaker. So
I look forward to the discussion tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Following Mr. Kazad is Mr. Vicini.
Hi, my name's Jason Kazad. I'm a lifelong resident of Amador County, a local business owner, Argonaut alumni, and a dad of 3 school-age children in Amador County. I'm coming to you today on behalf of many other fellow Amador County citizens with a major concern regarding an action of the Amador County School Administration. On February 8th, 2023, the administration misled the school board, stating that Argonaut conceptual consolidation plans and consolidated high school principal AD hire was approved by the board. But the reality is, these 2 items actually failed due to that fact that they only received 2 votes when they needed 3 to pass, regardless of the number of members present. At that meeting, the board president even expressed that these items didn't pass, but her objections were quickly dismissed by the administration. This means one of 2 things has to be true. Either the administration is incompetent or the administration is deceptive. Either way, this is a huge problem that needs to be addressed. Since February, the administration hired a principal and athletic director using public funds without board approval and incorrectly referenced the February 8th vote as approval to obtain further approval for funding for the CEQA analysis, ultimately spending hundreds of thousands of dollars without the board's authorization. I understand that many of you board members have lives outside the school board, but you are elected to ensure that the administration is doing the job on behalf of the public. It is not in the board member's job description to overlook an abuse of power on behalf of the administration. I suggest that before you move forward with any votes to correct the administration misactions, that you, the board members, individually seek counsel to protect yourselves. The vast majority of the public is extremely upset with the direction of the board is going, and we will continue to legally do everything in our power to stop it. Thank you.
Following Mr. Vicini is Mrs. Diane Bennett.
Good evening, guys. My name is Rick Vicini, 5th generation Amador County resident. I have no skin in the game. I have no kids left going to school here, no grandkids, but as a 5th generation person, I'm concerned. Julia, you were right. We sat down several times, and I'm sorry that your staff and fellow board members did not listen to you at the beginning of this whole consolidation process. She was right, guys. We needed to slow down. We needed to look at things. We needed to move slowly. But it's not too late. Consolidation needs to slow down. We need to get more public input, more public support. That's all we're asking as a group is just slow this down. Let's get organized as a community instead of a dictatorship. Put together a plan that we as a community, our children, and you as a board are all involved in. Something that we can all be proud of. Proud of, right? Proud of. It's all about trust. Right now, as several people have said, our community doesn't trust you. You as a board have been involved in all kinds of different things. It's hard to get trust when we see money going in different directions that we can't really wrap our minds around. There was millions of dollars brought in through the Ione development of the different subdivisions there. Where'd all that money go? They should have a brand new school in Ione. Go look in Elk Grove and different places where there's new houses. There's brand new schools everywhere. So why isn't there a brand new school already in Ione? There surely should be. I don't know what happened. The district has already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars that came in. And Jared, you probably understand this more than any of us. What happened? There was a bunch of money spent to buy property in Ione. We were going to do development there in Ione. They were going to redo the school. There was plans drawn up for a 20-unit building in Ione. I saw the plans. They're like that big around. There was a $20 million grant, not bond, grant that was worked on to get that project done. What happened to that grant? Where did that go? Did that all just get scrapped when the new superintendent came in and we just decided to do consolidation and just we threw that away, decided that we're getting rid of Ione Elementary, so that grant, we're not going to use that money? Or did the grant never get followed through with all the way? So that's interesting to find out where that grant went. If you keep going down this reckless path of haphazardly piecemealing campus sites together, we'll never get public support to get anything, a bond passed. We must have a plan. We must have accountability of funds and spending. We must have trust in your actions before taxpayers will pass any multi-million-dollar bonds or taxes. We've talked about a tax increase. That could be a way to go also. We live in an amazing community. Together as a collective group, we can achieve anything, including putting together an acceptable bond measure that we all can agree on and move forward and get passed. I personally agree that we can get a bond measure passed.
Mr. Persini, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Vicini. Diane Bennett? And then following Diane, we are going to welcome Mr. Keith Lynch to the podium.
Good evening, Board. My name's Diane Bennett. I want to make it very clear that I am here as a private citizen on a matter of public concern. The reason I say this is I have gotten some backlash because apparently people think I'm a teacher 24/7. We'll get to that a little bit later. One of the things I'm really concerned about, and we've seen this with construction, whether it's one of you building your home, or whether it's me, or whether it's the school district, we can have our dreams. We can see those plans that we want. And I'm sure every one of us would love a McMansion with a pool and a game room and whatnot. But sometimes we have to dial it back. And sometimes we have to take what's in our budget. And sometimes we have to realize building right now isn't the thing to do. Sometimes we have to look at the alternatives, look for the grants. I know many of us have come here year after year stating, why don't we have a grant writer on staff that's all they do? Why aren't we going after those funds from the builders? Look at what they've done in El Dorado Hills. Look at what they've done in Elk Grove. Why are we not doing these things? When I hear about grant money that came in and we don't know exactly where it's spent, I mean, we don't have time to pay attention to everything. That's why we entrust our votes to you to be our voices for our community. Sometimes we have to say, oh my God, maybe I did put out that money for those plans. Maybe I did put out that money, but guess what? My job just changed, or this happened, and there might have been an earthquake, and now we can't get earthquake insurance, or look at the fire insurance in California. Wow, I need to put my project on hold for a little bit until I can get all my ducks lined back up in a row. That's what most of us are asking you to do. Not scrap consolidation, but come at it with a better plan, one that the community can rally behind. I've seen us put in a brand new softball field at Amador High. Blood, sweat, and tears of community members that volunteered, got some grant applications, and we made it happen. I've seen these things. We can do it again, but that's only if you have our backing and the backing of the taxpaying citizens. Because saying, oh, well, we're just going to make it whatever it is until they have to take a bond isn't going to work. You're not going to strong arm this county. We will do what's right for our children, and we will fight for them every single day.
I'm just a guy with a degree in common sense, and if you double the traffic to Argonaut High School and you don't improve the road, you can't handle it. If you take the people out of the junior high and you say that the sewer is open now, is your line to double from the high school to the junior high, can it handle double the capacity from there to there? It's not about what the sewer can handle. I live on 40 acres, I own a 1.5 mile driveway. If I subdivide it into 40 pieces, I sure in the hell can't use the driveway that I got. And it's not a traffic impact report on the county, it's gonna be a traffic impact report on my driveway. It's gonna be 2 lanes wide, you're gonna see a stoplight on 88. And when somebody spoke about, it's just a bunch of rednecks about a name, Argonaut High School or Amador High School, it's really not. It's about $1 million football field with a name Mustangs on it and $1 million football field with a buffalo emblem. Like, you just paint over that? Why did you allow that to happen if you were gonna change the school names? It's about money, letterheads, paper, shirts, gym shirts, murals on the wall. It is pride. And I was thinking I would rather have this meeting in a portable and give the kids this room. This is, when you said you were gonna consolidate, I'm on board. But this is what I imagined. This is what I imagined. A brick building, a new baseball field, couple parking lots. You gotta put the lines in it because you could only fit 10 cars in Walmart if you didn't have lines at Walmart, trust me. So it's just a matter of common sense. Like, does it make sense to do it? Like, you had me beat. Like, there's no way you could build the infrastructure in a year and a half. You're gonna bring in 20 portables, and then if you don't get the power to them, just run extension cords. You got me beat by that. I didn't realize that. This is what I realized. I thought, damn, we're gonna get a high school and two schools together, and you're gonna build me a building like this for my kid or my grandkids. My kid's gonna be gone. But it isn't about Argonaut, it isn't about Amador, it isn't about the name, it's about the funds. What does it cost just to change the name? That's my question. We changed the name from we were the Jaguars, we changed the name in the junior high, but we painted murals and we did all that, but you're gonna go change colors, mascots, and then just throw up portables? It isn't about rednecks, it's about pride. And when the kids roll up to the school, this is really what they should roll up to. 100%.
Sorry, Mr. Lynch, your time's up.
I mean, you were my teacher, you taught me common sense with a welder, right? If I didn't use the gloves, my hands got burnt.
Thanks.
Have common sense when it comes to that. Thank you.
So that is our last public comment for non-agenda, or for consolidation. We're going to move now to the academics presentation. Mrs. Pichette.
Thank you. On July 26, 2023, the ACUSD Board of Trustees approved the formal 5-year strategic plan that includes 5 objectives with many action items. While developing this document, one key takeaway was the mission vision statement, the Amador Gold Standard. Gold stands for Growing Opportunities for a Lifetime of Discovery. Consolidating school sites will further empower our school community to achieve the objectives outlined in the 2023 through 2028 Amador Strategic Plan, Growing Opportunities for a Lifetime of Discovery, while streamlining fiscal resources and analysis of the educational system which directly impacts student outcomes. Next slide, please. As part of that strategic plan, there are 5 objectives. Objective A, data-driven staff engagement. Objective B, system of student supports. Objective C, structures, policies, and procedures. Objective D, inclusive culture. And Objective E, staff support and development. We will be focusing on Objective A tonight with the intention of focusing on all objectives in relation to educational services benefits to consolidation board updates in future board meetings. Next slide, please. So concerning Objective A, data-driven staff engagement, we have 3 categories: stronger curriculum alignment, enhanced collaboration, and improved scheduling. We're gonna spend most of tonight's presentation on improved scheduling, but I did wanna highlight stronger curriculum alignment. Combining 2 schools allows for the pooling of resources, including teaching staff, facilities, and educational materials. This consolidation can lead to greater efficiency in resource allocation and utilization. With a unified school, educators can work collaboratively to align curriculum across subjects. And this collaboration allows teachers to share best practices, develop common assessments, and ensure that the curriculum is consistent and coherent across grade levels. In enhanced collaboration, consolidation provides opportunities for educators to collaborate more effectively. They can engage in regular professional development sessions focused on curriculum alignment strategies, instructional methods, and sharing successful teaching practices. With a larger pool of educators, the school can benefit from specialized expertise. Teachers can focus on their areas of strength and share their expertise with colleagues, improving the overall quality of education in core subject areas. Educational Services has begun the process of bringing staff together from both high schools to begin collaboration and planning. For instance, Mr. Andrew Gardner brought together all ag and CTE teachers for a collaboration meeting. Currently, Mr. Brewer meets monthly with high school counselors, vice principals, and principals from both sites. In the future, Mr. Brewer will be bringing all staff together beginning in January and starting the process of our combined WASC, which is our accreditation process. Mr. Brewer makes himself available to the secondary sites for staff to drop in with questions or concerns during their preps or lunch on a regular basis. Next slide, please. So as we talk about scheduling and improved scheduling, we wanted to highlight the fact that we have many singleton courses in our master schedule, and they are listed here for both Argonaut and Amador. The hyperlinks below, those are the full master schedules, and they're also linked in the board packet that you can see. So consolidation will help reduce the number of singletons and increase access to more course offerings for more students. Singleton courses only have one section available in the master schedule. So mostly they are AP classes, CTE capstone classes, band, and other advanced VAPA courses. Offering only one section of these classes is a barrier to student academic planning and success. They are forced to choose one course over the other because of schedule conflicts. In the 2023-24 master scheduling, Argonaut High School currently has 34 singletons and Amador High School has 41. Singleton courses often have low enrollment or are combined with other classes during one section. So looking at the full master schedule, you can see the breakdown of singleton courses by period at each comprehensive high school. So if you look down those columns, you can see that each one of those singletons becomes sometimes an impossible choice for our students. Our consolidated high school and junior high school can offer a broader range of elective courses geared toward student interest and expanded academic pathways, geared toward career and college goals. Courses are often dropped after the beginning of the semesters due to low enrollment, creating disruption in the master schedule, affecting students' schedules and class sizes. If you look at Amador High School, you can see that there's an AP US History course that has 0 enrollment. And that is because that course had to be collapsed at the beginning of the year because of low enrollment. A consolidated program allows us to offer more enrichment courses that align with core academic classes such as CTE courses, STEM courses, VAPA options, and dual enrollment courses with our colleges, which require 18 students to be enrolled. Next slide, please. So ACUSD was just approved for a $2 million grant for the 712 Strong Workforce Program. That grant was written with the direction of consolidation. And as such, at the junior high level, we will be able to offer in the 7th grade career awareness and exploration in education, that elective courses, career research and investigation, professional skills development, career interest assessments, and aligns with AVID and STEM, and an introduction to high school CTE pathways. In 8th grade, career awareness and exploration education, we can offer career research and investigation, CCGI, or career guidance and planning, professional skills development, CTE pre-pathway courses, integrated curriculum, and it also aligns with AVID and STEM. Also, because the junior high will be at the Amador campus, we can offer culinary, shop, both metal and wood, digital arts, which would include a fab lab, and 8th grade has an FFA component, as well as career exploration with a career and college center. There is also talk about an elective wheel in 7th grade, which would allow students choice. Either each quarter they would have a different elective that they could choose from, or each semester. So then in 8th grade, they could have a year-long elective course with choice. Next slide, please. So in high school, 9th through 12th grade, college and career readiness, in the 9th and 10th grade CTE pathway programs, we have concentrator courses in ag and natural resources, hospitality and tourism, arts, media, and entertainment, education, which is going to be new, education and child development, and now healthcare. Industry-specific certifications, Canvas accounts, and career portfolio development. Again, CCGI, which is our college and career guidance and planning. dual enrollment courses through our community college system, and professional skills development. In 11th through 12th grade CTE pathway programs, we have concentrator and capstone courses in ag and natural resources, hospitality and tourism, arts, media, entertainment, education and child development, and healthcare. Again, Canvas accounts and career portfolio development, college and career guidance and planning, CCGI, work-based learning and work experience education, and dual enrollment. Last slide, please. So in our next presentation, we will be talking about Objective B, Systems of Student Supports, and Amanda Avila, who is our Director of School and Community Integration, will be going over our robust student and family resource centers. And I am happy to take questions. And also, I just wanted to say that Mr. Brewer is here also to help with questions, who is our consolidated high school principal.
Mr. Crow, did you have questions for this presentation? Mrs. Parker?
No.
Did you guys have questions? No? Mr. Marzano?
No, not yet.
Mr. Whitaker?
Well, I do have a couple of questions. I see that our CTE pathways, we're expanding into education and child development, which is good. I'm just wondering, do we have any other plans to get involved in some other CTE pathways, more of like a construction or an automotive pathway? Because those are big things that are needed in this county. I know Mr. Lynch runs an automotive shop, and, you know, there's not too many people banging down his door to find jobs, and, you know, having those courses would be a benefit.
So right now, what we're looking at is we're going to add in the next grant, looking at an education pathway to help encourage students who have an interest in becoming a teacher, and partnering with the junior college in a process to offer those courses. And then we're also looking at a health careers pathway. Those are both guided by the state, telling us, they send us information to Andrew, and as he writes grants, about pathways they see that we should be fulfilling into the future. We haven't explored auto shop and construction yet, but it doesn't mean we won't as we expand and go forward.
Because I know a lot of those are big needs in our county.
Yep.
And those are things there. I was also looking at the singleton courses, and right now our teachers and our schools do a great job in trying to accommodate getting those students on the capstone courses. I'll just grab a couple of them out of here, like the Ag Mechanics 3. It's a singleton at one school, but the other school, it's got several sections because the teacher has decided, hey, I'll go ahead and take this student and put him in along with this one to help get them there so they can finish their pathways. But I know that by combining the schools, it provides more opportunities where you can have a fuller class. I mean, when you're talking Ag Mechanics 3, I think we're talking 14 students at one school and 15 at another. That makes up 29 students, which is basically still a singleton,
Yes.
you know, but it's a better one right through there. And I look at classes like Spanish 3 and Spanish 4. Right now, they're combined together, and by moving together at the two schools, we can have a section of each, again, singletons, but at least we're not breaking it down so where we have, you know, you can have the students learning Spanish 3 here and Spanish 4 there. It's more of a better progression. So those are some of the things that I saw when I was looking over this.
I have a tiny question. What is Studio Arts?
I can get back to you on that. I'm actually not sure what that is.
And the only reason I'm asking is because one of the singletons I don't know why I'm focusing on this, but we have 4 sections of Ceramics 1 at Amador and only 1 section of Ceramics 2. And logically, my brain is thinking, oh, clearly we should have more Ceramics 2 if there was room in this master schedule. And then I looked over at Argonaut to see what their situation was, and they have Studio Arts and not Ceramics. So I was wondering if that was a similar class, just a different name.
Julia, I think the Studio Arts is dealing more with graphic arts presentation where they're doing things on computer, because when I visited the campus on CTE Pathways, that's one of the things that they've done, whereas ceramics is obviously you're working with clay and things like that. So they're two different animals.
Yes. just different
Different
types
arts.
of art. That's
Different types
exactly
of
right.
arts, but right there, but combining them together,
We'll also look at keeping ceramics for the junior high students. So in 7th and 8th grade, they can access ceramics class at Amador, which will be great. And when we combine, we'll probably fill ceramics. It'll be oversubscribed. It's a popular class.
Okay, so that was my question. I also see that there's some interesting things where like you'll have a teacher that has like 7 classes in period 1. Is that like a credit recovery?
Credit recovery. So Edgenuity.
I was surprised that Amador's schedule is, goes on to a second page and Argonaut doesn't, because aren't they pretty close in number of students this year?
Yeah.
Jared, what's the enrollment at right now? Amador still has more? Okay, I have no further questions. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, we'll move on to facilities, Mr.
Great.
Field. Oh, there is none today, okay. Did Mr. Hunkins want to present athletics? Okay.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you guys tonight. We put together some preliminary numbers for what would happen to the athletic budget after consolidation. So we'll start with the first slide on the presentation, I hope, has to do with athletic stipends. For the 22-23 school year, the budgeted athletic stipends was about $265,000. That was if we fielded every position that we have to offer, and obviously we don't do that right now. And that would cover 80 coaching positions. Projected, when we consolidate, the athletic stipend budget will range between $280,000 and $320,000, which you might say, well, that's more money, but we're offering 92 coaching positions, and this year we offer 80. So for about roughly the same amount of money, we're servicing our students much better. And that will include additional sports, flag football, boys volleyball to begin with. And the reason there's a big discrepancy sometimes is right now we pay double head coaching stipends, 1 at each school. And when we consolidate, we'll have 1 head coach, 1 head football coach, not 2 head football coaches. So the money is, we save money to add more opportunities for our students. The next slide is athletic uniforms. This is sort of a weird one because this money comes from a lot of different avenues. School pays some, fundraising pays some. Sometimes we get donations from the community to help put our children in the best uniforms they can. Right now, we spend about $52,000 per year between the 2 schools. When we consolidate, it'll be about $42,000 for the 1 high school to update new uniforms. So that's about a $10,000 savings for that line item. Next up, we have average savings cost is about $157,000 a year. We missed a couple slides there. The big one we were going to cover was,
Officials and transportation.
Officials and transportation. So we'll save the big fish for last. So we're going to go officials first. Currently, for the 22-23 school year, both schools combined spend roughly $60,000, $59,165 for officials. Projected cost when we consolidate, it'll be about between $40,000 and $50,000. Just some numbers for you. Right now, this school year, for a football game, but between the 2 schools, we spent about $2,100 for football officials for JV and varsity at 2 schools. When we consolidate, even though we'll be adding a 3rd level, a freshman team, it'll only cost us $1,500 for football officials. So just by that, there's $600 for 1 game. And then you just multiply it out for like volleyball and soccer. We're playing double every time we put a team on the field. And so even if we add a level, it's still 3 levels instead of 4. So that's going to be a savings of about $19,000 when we consolidate to 1 school. The last one is transportation. First of all, I want to congratulate the Amador County Unified School District Transportation Department. They've done an amazing job over the last 5 or 6 years, making sure our athletes got where they needed to get. And sometimes it wasn't easy, sometimes it wasn't pretty, but it could be any combination of a charter bus on the way over and a school bus on the way home. It was just an amazing job that they did. They never told us once to cancel a trip, which I just can't believe they've done that, because it's not an Amador County problem with transportation. It's a statewide and probably a nationwide problem with transporting athletes right now. Last school year, we spent over $300,000 in transporting our athletes to athletic events. When we consolidate, it'll be somewhere between $110,000 and $150,000. Pretty logical, half the trips, cut that number in half to savings. So that's a huge savings. And then it's just time. I did a little bit of a deep dive into this, and a 40-mile trip to Somerville is less time than a 40-mile trip to Galt or another school, because the roads are better, and we're only doing it one time. We're not sending 2 bus drivers, we're sending 1. So it's just in the efficiency of our system will get better when we consolidate in the transportation world. Those are the numbers we have for you. If there's any specific questions, I'll be happy to take them, or if there's more detail you need, please let me know, and I'll be happy to look it up for you.
Thank you. I'm going to go down the line. Mr.
No problem.
Crowe?
On the stipends, what's your estimate on how many additional sports will be offered after consolidation?
The goal, right out of the chute, it'll be 2.
Okay.
Boys volleyball and flag football, which is the girls' sport. The other part of the coin will be we'll offer more freshman sports. Right now, we offer freshman sports in volleyball and boys basketball. And we will expand that to offer freshman football and maybe some freshman baseball, softball, so that we have an opportunity for more kids to get playing experience at a more, at their skill level.
I'm not familiar with the flag football or the boys volleyball. What would be the average roster size for a team like that?
Flag football is in the neighborhood of 20 girls.
Okay.
And volleyball at the varsity level, it'll be somewhere in the neighborhood of between 12 and 15.
Okay.
And then you'll have your JV and freshmen as well.
Okay. That was all I had. Thank you.
Mrs. Parker? Okay. Ms. Patterson? Ms. Clement? Okay. Mr. Marzano?
Mr. Crow asked one of my questions, and it was, how many sports will you be adding? And you'd said 2. That's if the consolidation goes through, correct? Two sports?
And then additional freshman sports, yes.
Okay. And how many sports total are there right now that I would say, are these just Argonaut, just Amador, both schools?
Both combined.
Okay. And you said 42,000 for the current amount of sports. What's the difference from when you add these sports? Not much if it's only 2.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
You said 42,000 for, where was it? Uniforms.
Right.
And we would be saving money, projected costs after consolidation, we'll be saving like 10 grand, it says.
$10,000 a year.
And so that.
That's
10
with all
grand
the sports added in.
Okay, the two
Two
sports.
sports in the freshman levels.
teams, okay. This necessarily isn't a question for you, I don't think, but it sparked a question, like, where does all this money come from to have to pay for these new coaches and teachers and new positions?
Well, if you look on there's an actual total consolidation savings.
And that's just for stipends though, yes?
No, it's for everything all brought together, because there are some things that have an additional cost.
Right.
Coaches is one, as an example. But when we put all of this together, on here, it says it's $157,000 each year on average of cost savings. Or all athletics.
Okay, that's the savings, but where does the money come from when we have to pay new Am I asking that correctly? Like,
Yeah, no, I think I know
if
what
I
you're
just
saying.
hired you, where's the money gonna come from that I gotta pay you now that you're a new guy?
There's no special funding stream for athletics, so if the district is paying its general fund money, like Mr. Hunkins mentioned, I mean, there's fundraisers and donations and other things that are obviously, contributors to that, but when it's a district expense, it comes out of the general fund.
And maybe I asked it at the wrong time. I was also thinking of like teachers and CTE teachers and all these other people. If it's more than what we currently have, staff-wise, where's that money come from?
Well, and again, it's an overall cost savings year over year for athletics. So it's,
I'm not referring to athletics. I'll ask the question at a different time then.
okay, because there's lots of different
I think
funding
it'll make
streams.
more sense, because I kind of get a sense of what you're asking, and
If I hired 10 new teachers, the question popped up in my head. It doesn't have to do athletics. It's if I hired 10 new teachers, where does that money come from?
So it depends on the positions. So if there's CTE, some of those positions can be funded through the grant. For the majority of teachers, it would just come out of the general fund as well.
Okay, and so is it safe to say that there's other ways to get money based on the type of teacher rather than using the general fund? Is that?
Yeah, you can fund teachers through, like I said, CTE.
Right.
Title I, federal funds. There are special education positions that are partially funded by special education funds. Yeah, there are other revenue sources.
Okay. Sorry, I know it wasn't an athletics question, but we were talking about extra, and extra came into my head, so thank you. Squirrel.
Mr. Whitaker?
Mr. Hunkins, in your PowerPoint, you had a slide about gym use. Did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so I'm sorry I missed that one. So there was a concern earlier, a question came up earlier last board meeting, I believe, that had to do with will we be able to fit people in the gym. So this slide that's coming up here really quick is going to give you some examples of the gym currently at Argonaut High School and some of the events we've held in the gym and the capacity for them. So the first one is, there we go. We took a boys basketball game from last year at Argonaut High School. And we took the Amador Argonaut game, which number of tickets sold was about 473 tickets. And then we took a Linden High School, which is a comparable size to Union Mine High School, which will be in our league starting next school year. In that event, we had 165 people come in. So if we add those two numbers together, it's roughly 630 people in the current Argonaut gym, and the current Argonaut gym capacity is right at 630. When we add the 200 seats, we'll have plenty of room for a typical Sierra Valley Conference basketball game. Then we did the same thing for volleyball. We happened to play last year, Argonaut did, Union Mine High School, which is in the conference we're going to. In that game, 160 people showed up. And then we took the same Amador Argonaut girls volleyball game, and we had 250 people, so there was 410 people in the gym. And again, the gym capacity currently is 650, so we have plenty of room for a typical Sierra Valley Conference athletic event. And then when we expand the gym, it'll be over 850 students. And then we said, okay, let's take it a step farther. Let's look at the Argonaut girls basketball playoff game from 2021-22, and there were 450 people that night. And then back in 2018, 2019, the Argonaut boys basketball team happened to host the Northern California Championship basketball game. We had 500 students, adults, paying adults in the gym on that night, which is still under the 630 capacity. So gym size, we don't believe is going to be on a typical night is probably not going to be much of an issue. Additionally, the question was asked about gym size for the schools we're going into. Bradshaw Christian High School is an anomaly. They're a small Christian school. They have about 350 students. Their gym size is 300. We looked at Galt High School, Rosemont High School, and Liberty Ranch High School. Both of those, or all three of those schools are 1,000 or above in student population. and their gym size is 1,000 students. Union Mine High School, which has just over 1,000 students, has a gym of 1,600 seats. And then El Dorado High School, which has 1,224 students, they have 2 gyms, which is nice. Their larger gym seats 2,100 students. So you can see most of the schools that we're going to go into, their gym size is actually smaller or as the same size as their student body. So athletic
Mr.
events
Hunkins?
should not be much of a.
I believe those other gym capacities are floor seating.
Some are,
Is that-
gym capacities have, there's 2 numbers
Yeah.
when you look at the size of the gym. One is for bleacher seating, and then one is for, they call it dining seating. So if you utilize the gym floor, and those are the athletic seating numbers that I was given from the athletic.
I've been looking as I go to
Right.
other schools and I take the pictures because
Right.
I can't remember because I'm old.
Okay.
And a lot of the signs will even say without bleachers, meaning like just bodies in the gym.
Right, if they have an event, yeah. So that's where these numbers came from, and we thought that would help, people understand the size of the crowds we might get for indoor athletic events.
So if you had an event at school, maybe an assembly or something, you'd utilize the bleachers and floor seating generally, or
So for like a rally?
a rally or a motivational speakers?
Yes, we would do. I know that rallies, one of the benefits of COVID was we learned how to do things outdoors. And we did many, many rallies outdoors, especially when the students came back on campus, to try to give them that experience of a high school rally. And so outdoor rallies became something that we were pretty fond of. They were fun, they were different. And so indoor rallies, floor seating, we could also do outdoor rallies to help do a lot of flexibility in how we do stuff.
Mr. Hunkins?
Yes, sir.
You had said that you'd use the term paid or paying, I forgot what you said.
Sorry.
Paying
Customers?
customers. Isn't it true that student body don't pay because of the card that they have?
Some,
You
that is
count
correct,
those
some,
as
that
well?
is true. And I know at Argonaut High School, I can say that the number of, they're called Super Mustang cards.
Yeah,
The number of Super Mustang cards we sell is less than 50 every year.
okay.
It's not the most popular thing for students to buy, which I don't understand why, but it's not a huge number.
That's actually very surprising.
If I was a parent, I would be making sure my child had one.
Actually don't have a question, I just have a comment that my personal observation of some sports that struggle to get enough students to participate, like swim team and water polo. We have ski and snowboard teams that often have to combine in order to even go to practice, and I don't know what they call their competitions. I know that girls' basketball sometimes struggles to even have a JV team, let alone a freshman team. So I think that there's an opportunity for some of those sports to actually have a robust participation level and be able to compete a little bit more successfully. Wrestling too, I think that's an issue where kids are trying to lose weight or gain weight so that they can wrestle up or wrestle down. And I mean, obviously, the more kids that are able to wrestle as a group, the better for all of them.
Yeah, we've had a couple of scenarios, like this year, the Amador High School does not have all they have is a varsity girls basketball team. And the last few years prior, Argonaut was in the same boat. They only had a varsity girls basketball team. Last year, Argonaut only had a varsity boys soccer team, and we fielded a team that was well over 50% freshmen. A handful of those freshmen did not come back this year because of having to play up so at a skill level and against, a 14-year-old against a 16, 17-year-old. They did not enjoy it. So right now, we're trying.
It provides.
Sometimes we're shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit.
I think it would provide a better feeder program where, okay, you have students out there who's 14, 15-year-olds that play against 14, 15-year-olds, and then you have the exceptional athlete who at 15 can compete with the 17, 18-year-olds, and, they get bumped up. I remember seeing that throughout the year.
Correct. And then one of the things that I didn't present this time, but maybe down the road I can, about the junior high athletics and how we'll expand on there. And I brought up soccer, and one of the goals is to have a junior high soccer program so that we have a constant feeder program where students are able to succeed at the level they need to be at. So those are all goals we have for athletics.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That brings us to the general portion of the consolidation updates, if there are any.
Yes, Haley, there she is. So Haley is going to provide us with an update on our current communication plan and just some things that we have been working hard to get updated for communication with consolidation.
Good evening. So we have been increasing our communication regarding the school consolidation project to provide as much information as possible. So we have two main focuses right now, as I'm sure you all seen. The first focus is the Consolidated High School Information Hub on our website. This serves as the home of all information regarding school consolidation. I will continue to update it regularly with new information as needed. It's broken down into sections, and at the top of the page, starting on Friday morning, will be the draft EIR and information about the public input period. So we have a section for frequently asked questions. There's a button at the top. We have a section for documents and information. This includes our strategic plans, enrollment information, some recordings of interviews that Tori and Mark have done on KVGC, and other things. And as I said, this will be updated over time. We have a section about the branding process, the historical, every step that we've taken in the process with links to survey results and just the timeline of that. We have a timeline of board actions regarding school consolidation. This contains links to each consolidation-related agenda item, along with background information, links to the recorded discussions, and a breakdown of board member voting. We have the facilities information and construction plan section, which contains site plans for the Consolidated High School and the Ione Junior High School conversion to Ione Elementary. It contains the construction timeline, the certification of participation information, and environmental impact information. It also has an introduction to Mark Brewer and his photo, so you can get familiar with what he looks like. And like I said, we will be adding the draft EIR and public review period information at the top of that page, and also to our facilities page and as a post on the homepage starting Friday. So it's in 3 different places on the site so people can find it easily. The second thing that I have been working on are weekly consolidation updates. Starting November 15th, we are now sending weekly updates to all families via Parent Square, except on non-school days and if there's no significant updates this week. And in fact, I didn't send one out today because we have the information going out to all families on Friday about the notice of availability for the draft EIR. I don't want to communications is a balance game, so. The first updates that we sent out were focused on the content of the Consolidated High School Information Hub, just to increase public awareness of the page. But on future plans, I plan to include photos of construction, any plan updates, new course offerings, athletics updates, anything that, things that are mentioned here at the board meeting and in further detail. And community members who do not have children in our district can sign up to receive those updates through Parent Square's community groups feature. This was posted on our social media a little while back, but if you go to our Facebook page, there is a link on the left-hand side, and if you click on that, you can sign yourself up as a guest for that group and the weekly newsletter group, and you can get those updates emailed to you automatically. So, are there any questions?
Everybody's shaking their head no. Mr. Marzano, you didn't shake your head? No. Okay, thank you.
No.
Thank you, Haley.
Thank you.
I very much enjoyed your updates, and I especially appreciate when you are able to share things that our students are doing and that our staff are out doing that you never hear about unless you have a student who is being recognized. So I appreciate those recognitions as well. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, I think Mr. Critchfield, you're finally up.
Go ahead.
This is just a brief overview of the current costs of consolidation and then the annual savings for staffing and facilities and the anticipated annual savings of a little over $1 million a year.
Mr. Marzano, did you want to ask your question now?
He answered it, but I could ask it again. With new positions that we bring, where does the money come from that we pay those people?
Yeah, the majority of positions are paid for out of the general fund through the local control funding formula source. But then we do utilize other sources to pay for positions like Career Technical Education Grant, Ag Incentive Grant, Title I, which is federal money. And there's a new arts grant that's coming in that will pay for arts and music teachers, things like that. So those are, added positions, but the majority are general fund positions.
Other than the general fund, are those sources of income one-time dollars? No, maybe, sometimes, depends.
It depends. So career technical education has become a priority. There was this kind of unfortunate time with the state when they transitioned away from vocational education, and then they revamped it and called it career technical education. And for most people, it's pretty much the same, right? Yeah. But there was this period where the state did not provide a lot of money for that. We've received multiple grants, so they're over a span of so many years. It appears that the state's going to continue to prioritize CTE and we'll get those, but technically those are one time. The arts grant that I referred to is one time at this point, but they're saying it's ongoing, but I'm saying it's one time until we see more ongoing funds. And so they've said that before when it comes to grants. And then Title I is ongoing. That's a federal resource, and that's ongoing funds. And so a lot of it remains to be seen when they put these grants out there. Before the local control funding formula in 2013, the state had what they referred to as categoricals. And so they had all these different categories and you had to spend the money, and then they rolled to local control funding formula and everything was kind of all in one pot of money. But now we're seeing the return of categoricals, but they're just calling them grants. So it's, again, very similar to what it was pre-2013. The priorities seem to be on CTE, arts and music at this time. And so those are funding streams that we're tapping into right now.
Is it common for us to pay people with one-time funds?
No.
The reason I asked that is I had the opportunity that I actually cherish because I learned a lot from the gentleman, but he was a board member when Vallejo was tanking. And he had told me that if I could give you any advice, young guy, don't pay people with one-time money.
Correct. That has always been the general rule until we started receiving COVID money. And COVID money was one time, and some of those funds had to be spent on people. Mm-hmm. And CBOs around the state were like, well, what do you mean? We've always said don't pay salaries with one-time money. And they said, no, these one-time funds you need to spend on people. Mm. And so that's a position we've been in with some of these COVID funds. And the last two batches they went from calling them COVID funds to learning recovery funds. So the last two batches of learning recovery funds, we still have a healthy balance in both of those that can extend over the next year or two. But that is something that we have to keep a close eye on because general rule was always pre-COVID, do not spend one-time money on people.
And that's not something that you'd like to make a habit, correct?
Never.
Right.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no. We spend 75, 80% of our money on people.
Right.
If we start extending that into one-time money, you can get in trouble real quick.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I have a quick question. I don't know if it would be for you or actually for somebody who's in HR, but how much turnover do we have typically from year to year? Do we have an average of how many teachers or classified turnover we have?
So we have roughly 500 and some odd employees, some part-time, many full-time. And this is just a ballpark, and we can get back to you with more specifics. I believe this year we hired over 100.
So that was pretty extraordinary though,
20
wasn't it?
No, when you go back even pre-COVID, I mean, a 15 to 20% turnover rate has been fairly typical. So you're talking, with having an organization now of over 500 people, you're talking most years from, 75 to 125 new employees has been the norm.
Okay, so 200 was a little bit high.
Yeah, I said 100, not
Oh.
200.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
200
don't know
would
why
be-
I heard 200.
200 would be very high, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, and that's just, that's historic data, like, it's not just since COVID, it literally goes back a decade or two.
So COVID, COVID's a blip in the radar in a multitude of ways, right? So one of those being the year after COVID, we had a higher rate of turnover in employees, and that was statewide. Since then, over the last couple of years, it seems like we've settled back in to a typical employee turnover rate that we saw pre-COVID.
And Jared, some of these typical turnovers are people that maybe decide to retire because they're getting up there in their age.
Well, and that was what happened the year after COVID. The retirements were higher in that single year than they had been in quite a few years.
I put it in before.
Well, especially when distance learning and you had teachers saying, I was gonna work one more year, but I'm out, right? I mean, that just happened, so.
Yeah.
But yes, it's retirements, resignations, terminations, all of those is what I'm referring to.
Or somebody maybe finds a job someplace else and goes, I want to go over here.
Absolutely, yeah.
And everything. You talk about in here, administration, downsizing administration. That's partially because of the fact that, okay, we're going from 2 high schools to 1 high school, so we'll have to get rid of, we'll be moving people around, so they're not necessarily a high school principal, because we have Mr. Brewer, who's going to be the high school principal, and we've got 2 high school principals.
Yeah, and there are moves made every year with administration. People change positions, they leave, we hire new people. I mean, there will be a complete reshuffling of administrative staff, management staff through consolidation.
And that will also apply to the junior high school also.
Correct.
And everything. So those are some of the costs that will be long-term right in through there.
Correct.
Do we have a possible idea about how many administrators are going to be at the combined high school with Mr. Brewer, 1 vice principal, 2 vice principals, a dean of students or anything?
We don't have that yet.
Okay. That's my questions.
Okay.
I have another question.
Okay, Mr. Marzano?
I don't want you to lose your thought. Are you?
No.
I'm thinking, how difficult it's gonna be, well, not even difficulty, how much it's gonna cost to mitigate stuff, to, like, how much is it gonna cost just for so many different things that we gotta make right before we can even do it, or live in it, or work in it, or teach in it, or, you know what I mean? Have we figured out that number yet?
So tomorrow, that will be a big part of the board study session, will be the mitigation measures brought about through the environmental impact report. So that will be, we can get way in depth on that tomorrow afternoon at that meeting.
So there is an actual number, like, hey, this is our problem or our problems, and this is how much it's gonna cost to fix it before we can even do anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
I had a question. Sorry, I had a couple questions. Sure. So it says on here that current costs already paid to date for consolidation is $2,408,997. Does that include some staff? Does that number include some staff salary?
Yes.
Okay. And then where is it that we can find what those, is there a place where this is broken down anywhere on what we've spent the money on so far? Anywhere that we
Yeah, I can
see?
provide that for you.
Okay. And then also, do those costs have to be board approved, or how has that worked? Because I don't.
So as an example, there are architectural fees in here that are part of this. The environmental impact report, which the board approved, is in there. The staffing that the board approved is in there as well. So yeah, the majority of those costs have all been board approved.
Okay, but I do have some concerns about that because of our February 8th meeting with the two positions that we were supposed to create, but they didn't actually pass. And so I have some reservations about some of this. And I also have reservations about a resolution that we passed that basically gives the district the authority to, it says right here, the superintendent or her designee is authorized to move forward with any necessary work to implement the consolidation plan, including but not limited to retaining any necessary consultants. I am concerned with the language in that resolution at this point, because nowhere in that language does it state that we would need to be either consulted or board approved for those things to happen. So I feel like there are some of the things that are in here correct, like we approved the EIR and those kind of things, yes. However, there are things that technically aren't board approved, yet we're still moving forward with some of them. And I feel like part of that is the language in this resolution that was passed, and that is concerning, because I don't recall, and again, I'm not a numbers person, I'm not somebody that knows each and every dime that is spent. However, I feel like I would recognize if $2.5 million almost has been spent, and I don't feel like we've approved $2.5 million necessarily, if that makes any sense.
Why don't we bring back to you, we'll bring down the breakdown, and then we can itemize all of that for you as to where it all falls in a board packet. We can link it all, we'll get that to you.
Thank you.
I had the same concern with just positions. Like we're paying the positions, and Mr. Whitaker was just speaking on, I mean, help me understand, because I don't think like you guys, and if something on paper tells me no, but we're moving forward as if it's a yes, in my head, nothing else makes sense. Can you help me make that make sense?
So you're referring to the two staff positions for
Well,
consolidation?
I mean, not just those, the other items as well.
What other items?
Actually, I wrote it down, 15.3 and 15.8, the two items that were in question, 15.8, 15.3.
So those were the opinions that that I provided. I am working on getting additional information as well in regards to the reconsideration vote. Currently, the item 15.3, as stated to the board from two different law firms, was that those are just conceptual plans. The final plans come to the board once we do the EIR. Most likely, and we were just talking about this earlier today, we'll probably be bringing, when we bring the EIR for the board approval or denial, then we'll bring all the plans and everything with it. At that point in time, those are the items that truly get us either to move forward from that point with consolidation or not. And so those were just conceptual plans, and that's the 15.3. 15.8 from the February meeting, unfortunately, that was just an error, and 100% I will own that. Those items were moved forward. They also were approved consecutively at the March and the April board meeting, 5-0 by the board. There was much discussion about the hiring of both of those individuals, and the board did approve those hires on the personnel recommendations.
Is there any bylaw or ed code or anything that states that if something was voted down or not passed by a board, it cannot be brought forth again?
Yes, there is, and that is the 90.
The reason I ask that is because if that is the case, I kind of just need to help understand why the items were brought forth again in the times that you had stated. If they weren't supposed to be, is it supposed to be wording? Is it if it's worded differently?
So it was the hiring of the people into the positions, and the positions we automatically this has happened since long before me, all of our position control in the system actually lists the position, the name of the person, and then the FTE, the full-time equivalency in the actual personnel recommendation.
So did we, back when this item did not pass, did we not pass the person or the position?
Position,
So if the position didn't happen,
Right.
how is a person holding a position?
because the position was listed on the personnel recommendation. I'm not saying it's perfect. It's absolutely not perfect in any way, shape, or form.
What is a
And
personnel recommendation listing?
That's what's on the consent agenda at every meeting.
Okay,
We definitely discussed the consolidation hires because we had lots of opinions on the consolidated principal and the consolidated AD.
I don't
are you
disagree
telling me
with that.
that's? Oh, go
Sorry, James.
go ahead.
I don't disagree with that we had lots of conversation about the personnel recommendations for those positions, and that is what it is. But I think what the real issue is that the original position was actually
description.
never created because it didn't pass, and therefore we hired people into positions that didn't exist.
And those hirings were approved unanimously subsequently with additional discussion at the time. If
Correct,
I'm
but if
not
we-
and
sure
that was
because I
within
haven't
90
gone back
days.
and watched those two meetings. Didn't we even carve out one of those separately
did.
to vote on
We did.
separately?
We did, and I'm not disputing, I am not trying to dispute
Yeah.
that those people were hired into position. That's not what I'm arguing at all. What I'm saying is that those people wouldn't have been able to be hired into a position because it was never passed in the first place. We would have had to reconsider a vote for those positions at a later date with either all board members there or a unanimous vote.
Right.
Is all I'm trying to say. So I am just concerned with moving forward with things when I personally haven't felt like the board itself has gotten its own legal counsel to review these things. And so that is very concerning to me to move forward with consolidation things when there's this kind of stuff on the table and spending that's going on with things that weren't approved.
Okay. So we are to item 13, which is public comments on non-agenda items. We do have one speaker card.
So I want to, I'm
This is
so
Diane
sorry.
Bennett.
I wanted to make a comment that I still am confused.
Noted.
Thank you.
So, again, we're ready to do public comments on non-agenda items. Welcome back.
There's a lot of different things I could talk on. Once again, Diane Bennett, private citizen on a matter of public concern. Bullying has been happening in this county since I was at least in first grade. I have been fighting bullies for that long, and it seems like I was fighting bullies before fighting bullies was a thing. Because of it, I've learned to stand up for myself. Because of it, I've learned to stand up for my community. On November 6th and 7th, I posted on my personal Facebook, on my personal time, not as a member of this district, which I do not work for, and I posted things like, for those that either oppose consolidation of Amador and Argonaut and don't like the names, please come to the meeting. I posted, I speak up because others' voices are silenced in fear of their jobs. A bully, according to Merriam-Webster, is one who habitually, cruelly insults or threatens others who are weaker, smaller, or in some way vulnerable. Well, why would I mention this? Because I received a letter from one of your employees, yes, your only employee, school board, that stated that if I or anyone that was associated with me said anything about anybody in this school district, that they would go after me legally, up to and including threatening my credential with the California Teacher Credentialing Agency. That just happens to be one of my jobs. Yes, I have had a month to calm down over this, and my eye's still twitching because of my blood pressure over this. According to the American Civil Liberties Union, as a public school teacher in California, you have the free speech rights inside and outside your classroom. In general, the First Amendment protects your speech if you are speaking as a private citizen on a matter of public concern. That is exactly what I do every time I fight for the school district children in this district, because they are the future of our county. To be told that if I speak up, I'm going to be censored or possibly have my credential taken because something that someone else put as a comment on my Facebook, and when I was made aware that it was allegedly false, I did remove it. This was sent on school district letterhead, on school district funds, with the mail, with certified, on the Amador Gold Standard paper. Does it have me irritated? Oh, honey, yes, it does. I don't like playing with mean girls, but if this district doesn't look at what is happening, I implore you to really get your employee under control before it subjects the district to potential additional legal
Diane, I'm
actions.
sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you, Diane. We have no communications. Item 15 is the consent agenda, and it is robust because we also have all of these school plans for student achievement. Are there any questions regarding the consent agenda? Ms. Patterson, did you have any questions for consent agenda? No, okay. Ms. Clement? No. Okay, Mr. Crow?
No.
Mrs. Parker?
No.
Mr. Marzano?
I feel my concerns and questions were stated, and you verified with saying noted.
Thank you, Mr. Marzano. Mr. Whitaker?
No questions.
I had a comment on the personnel recommendations. We do see we see a lot of the stipends on there. And I wanted to shout out Mrs. Griffin, who is now our new adult education principal, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Congratulations, Mrs. Griffin. Several times she has been my child's teacher.
She's amazing.
Okay, if there are no questions, is there a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker and Mr. Crow. We'll do a roll call vote. The advisory vote first. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
No.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Mr. Marzano, did you want to make an official explanation for your no vote?
More official than the official one that I made prior? No, ma'am, I'm okay, thank
I
you.
just wanted to give you the additional, okay. Moving on finally to discussion and action items. Number 1, we have approval of name, mascot, and colors for the Consolidated High School, Dr. Gibson and Mr. Brewer.
So this is the data that the board requested that staff go and obtain. We worked with both of our student groups, and we think both of them, these two ladies, have been just wonderful to work with throughout the process. We put both the staff and student results separate from the community results as we launched two. They were identical, of course, but just two different links for two different purposes. And then you can see all the breakdown. At the top, you can see that we had a total of 4,048 votes submitted. Students and staff totaled 1,601 votes. The community submitted 2,447 votes. There were not, that excludes the duplicates that we had. We did have a few duplicates. You can see the percentage that they both came out with and the recommendation per the board request.
Is it possible to put that on the screen?
Yeah.
Are there any questions? Ms. Patterson?
No, not at the moment.
Ms. Clement?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Crow?
No.
Mrs. Parker?
I don't have a question about it, no.
Mr. Marzano?
No question.
Mr. Whitaker?
No questions.
I don't have any questions. I do have the comment that I was surprised to see such similar results between the community vote and the staff and student vote.
Yeah, so in the, let me just walk through while they're getting this up. So under the staff and student vote, the total breakdown of the 1,601, you can, there we go, thank you. Scroll up for me though, go the other way. Yep, right there. So as you can see, the highest group that voted was Argonaut High School with 24, of the 1,600 votes, 24.6% came from Argonaut, 23% came from Amador, 15% came from Ione Junior High School, and 10% came from Jackson Junior High. And the only other number you can really see is 6% came from Jackson, from Jackson Junior High. And then the other one is, oh shoot, I can't see it. It's probably an elementary school. It's either gonna be Sutter Creek. I just can't see it. Haley, I don't know if you can pop that up on your phone for me. There's a down arrow that we just didn't grab in the clip. So that's the breakdown of those who responded. If you scroll down to the next one, we all like this one because it's a very almost even pie shape. So that was grade level and or staff selection. So you can just see the various breakdowns by grade levels. Staff is the blue, so staff is the largest group of 16.6%. You go down another one. Of the 1,600 votes of staff and students, 55.5 wanted Amador County High School Mustangs. If you scroll down to the next one, 59.7% of staff and students want Navy, Vegas Gold, Black and White, with Navy and Vegas Gold being the primary. If you go to the next one, this starts the community, and we broke this down in 3 groups: parent of a current student, community member living in Amador County, or a former community member or alumni not currently live in Amador County. With social media, we know that if you don't have to live here necessarily to follow the community events. So we just wanted to capture who is part of the 2,448 responses. Under the next one, the name and mascot of the community, 78.7% wanted Amador County High School Mustangs. And the colors, 74.6 wanted the Navy, Vegas Gold, Black and White.
Again, I was just shocked to see anything with a 74%, almost 75% if you round up.
60% as well on the colors for the
Yeah,
students and staff.
I did not see that coming.
Yep.
At all. So, if there are no additional questions or comments,
I'm looking at the last data graph, and on the right-hand side, oh, okay, never mind. I see what I'm looking at, never mind.
answered your own question?
Yep.
So you need a vote, correct?
If that's what the board wants to do, this is what we were asked to do, and so I didn't want to not bring it forward.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve item 16.1, approval of name, mascot, and colors for the Consolidated High School.
I'll second.
Thank you. We'll do roll call vote with the advisory vote first. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
No.
Mr. Marzano?
No.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I am also a yes. Mrs. Parker, did you want to explain your no vote?
I have a number of reasons why I voted no. I mentioned at the last meeting that I didn't feel comfortable moving along with consolidation things until after the EIR is looked at, and we haven't done that yet. Number one. Number two, I mentioned I don't feel comfortable going forward with consolidation votes until after I feel we've sufficiently resolved any sort of legality issues. And number three, I am a no vote because I know that there's almost a whole high school of students that do not want to be Mustangs, so no.
Mr. Marzano?
I too vote no for similar reasons, but as I stated in the last board meeting, I don't feel comfortable moving forward with things regarding the consolidation until, in my opinion only, because this is how I help process stuff in my head. I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse, so until we not do that, I'm not gonna vote for anything regarding the consolidation.
Moving on to 16.2, new high school course request, Mrs. Pichette and Mr. Gardner.
Yes, thank you. I'm very excited to put forth this new high school course request. It's part of our Arts, Media, and Entertainment CTE pathway. We're in year 1 of implementation of that pathway, and so we need this course. Of course, no one will ever replace the amazing Giles Turner, but we lucked out with Mr. Geedy, who's doing an amazing job at both high schools. And so this will be one of the courses that he will be teaching, Professional Theater 1. And Mr. Gardner is here to help answer questions if the board has any questions with this new course request.
I had one.
Sure.
Is this course offered at both high schools for the coming years?
Hi, good evening. Yes, Andrew Gardner, CT coordinator. Basically, what this course is doing is taking the place of the current existing drama course. So we're just changing the name, changing the structure a little bit, and bringing drama or professional theater into the CT world. So students will get that CT completion status once they go through the, in the end, when this is all done, we'll have 300 hours or typically 3 courses of professional theater.
At both high schools?
At both high schools, correct.
Good question.
Can you explain what UC honor designation means?
What an honor designation?
What UC honor designation?
Yeah, so when we have courses, they have a college prep and honors prep, advanced placement. Those are the ways that they are designated in the California education system.
Okay. I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm excited to see this formally defined for, I mean, we have so many drama students. Our drama programs are very popular, and so it's nice to see that they are going to get CTE support for that as well.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm really excited for Mr. Geedy. He's got a lot of enthusiasm. We're really excited to see him take this and run with it.
Well, and it's not a stretch that there's so many actual technical aspects of drama productions with the lights and the sound, and I mean, there's a lot going on there that takes some expertise.
Absolutely, and that was a big piece of the transition into the CT world.
Are there any other questions?
The funding with this is CTE grant money?
No, not currently. Mr. Geedy is through the general fund as a drama teacher, just as it has been. As we develop the CT pathway, we can begin funding that program, stage materials, building materials, lighting, and equipment through CTE funds as it becomes a official pathway.
So it's a stable source of funding to keep it going with Mr. Geedy and Mr. Kidd, yes.
Well, as Mr. Cushfield mentioned earlier, you know, the CT is a big movement happening right now. We have a lot of money coming in, so that should sustain that program for quite a while.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to move that we approve item 16.2, the new course recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote with the advisory vote first. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
I'm gonna vote yes.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner and Mrs.
Don't sit down, Mr. Gardner.
16.3, Sutter Health Student Experience MOU.
This is very exciting as well. So we did have an externship program with the local Sutter Health. Now we have this health CTE pathway that we're implementing, and Mr. Gardner has worked really hard with Sutter Health to now develop this MOU so that we can have students at Sutter Health this spring. So we're asking that the board approve this MOU with Sutter Health. And I'm happy to take any questions.
I couldn't pull up the supporting documents on my end.
That is because they are attached in Word. So let me fix that for you. Apologize.
Why don't we, while you're doing that, why don't we come back to that one?
Perfect.
Okay, let's move on. Did you guys have any questions about that?
They can't see it.
Oh, you can't see it. All right, so 16.4, approval of ACTA successor contract. Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Very excited to share this is the document that, for us, identifies all the tentative agreements between the Amador County Unified School District and the Amador County Teachers Association. It's work that has been, that's been in process for quite some time, and with your approval this evening, we'll be able to then create the clean version that will then be provided to all of our members and available on our website.
And this is what Mrs. Jensen wrote in about in her letter, correct?
Correct. This is what she wrote about.
Are there any questions on the 82-page attachment with all the red lines?
I have a couple questions.
Thank you.
Sure. Who is, and I know, I don't know, who are the ones that go into these bargaining sessions within this district? Any board members? What cabinet? Just to paint a picture, I guess.
Yeah. So board members do not participate in bargaining. It's Mr. Palazuelos, sorry, Dr. Palazuelos is the lead negotiator for the district, and then he has his team. I'll let you go ahead and just talk about that.
On behalf of the County Unified School District, I have Dr. Sadie Hedergaard, Michelle Pichette, both assistant superintendents, one over special education, the other one over education services. Jared Critchfield is our deputy superintendent. We have Nicole Gravette, who's one of our principals over at Jackson Elementary. And we have Mark Brewer, the Consolidated High School principal. And we also are joined by legal counsel.
Does each bargaining unit have a team as well?
Correct. So in this particular case, the Amador County Teachers Association has members that comprise, or really are elementary teachers. They have a high school teacher on their group, and they also have a representative from the California Teachers Association that's with them.
Did you say that you have legal counsel with you?
Correct.
Do they also bring legal?
They bring someone who's, they're called CTA, or California Teachers Association Regional Representatives. And they're not necessarily attorneys, but they themselves have quite a bit of training in that role and effort.
Is there like a designated person amongst the dream team to relay information to the board, or is it just during closed sessions?
All items that are negotiated are confidential, so that's provided in closed session. It depends if it's an item that's maybe language, I would say probably Dr. Palazuelos would provide that. If it's something that's money related, then that would be Mr. Critchfield.
So board members don't ever even fly on walls?
No.
In sessions?
Correct.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions? If not, we need a motion to approve. I'll go ahead and make that motion. I'm happy to approve this extensively reviewed successor contract. Congratulations on that. Approval of ACTA successor contract 2021 through 2024. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I am also a yes. Congratulations. Let's backtrack to 16.3 if we're ready.
Julia, real quickly, we're coming up on 4 hours because we started earlier.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm gonna make a motion that we extend time.
We have until 9:30.
Oh, 9:30? Okay, because we had the SELPA meeting beforehand, so, okay.
So we'll wait until we get closer so that we
Okay,
can
I
get better
withdraw
on
my
the.
motion then.
Thank you. So I had asked the same question because we started so much earlier tonight. Sutter, backtracking to 16.3, the Sutter Health Student Experience MOU.
You might need to refresh your screen so that the PDF pops up.
It is there. So is this all that there is going to be is the MOU, or are there subsequent steps that have to happen in this? No.
Mr. Gardner took a trip over to Sutter with Miss Varney. So that happened prior to this board meeting.
Back in I guess the pre-COVID days, there was an ROP program, the Health Careers, and Ms. Varney was the teacher for that, and she was taking kids to the hospital. Well, in 2019, 2020, all those things went away. So this is our first time to revisit that MOU, work with the Sutter Amador staff, and they're very excited to bring the students back to the hospital. The additional piece to this is we've also kind of brought Columbia College into it. So the students who will be participating, there's 18 students participating in that course. Spring semester, they're going to get 75 hours at the hospital. They're going to do 5 rotations through the different departments, emergency labor delivery, phlebotomy, and get different experiences in each of those. At successful completion of 75 hours, they will receive 1 unit of college credit from Columbia College. So.
In the description, the description, it says 60 hours, 1 credit.
I believe we had to adjust that after this went to the board, so I apologize for it's 75 hours. They'll receive 1 unit of Columbia College credit.
So how many students is there a limit on how many students can participate?
Through Columbia, there's an 18 student minimum. We have 18 students. That is a CCAP course. So the students in the fall semester have been taking medical terminology, so they get units, Columbia College units for that course, and then in the spring they'll get 1 additional unit. And so to run a course through Columbia CCAP, Ms. Varney is a adjunct professor through Columbia College. Very exciting to have an adjunct professor here within our own teaching community. So in order to run that, you need 18 students.
So we have 18 students in the program currently.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Awesome. Thank you. Anybody else have questions?
I have a comment. So I know a couple people took medical terminology last school year, and it was only offered for 1 semester because of COVID. They still couldn't do the hospital thing. So I know a couple people who are transferring into that class next semester so they can do the actual hospital work, even though they took the class last school year. So I thought that was cool.
I'm glad they have that opportunity now.
Mr. Gardner, I know in the past we've worked with the Sutter Amador Hospital. We have also worked in the past with American Legion Ambulance. Do you see that happening in the future? Yes, absolutely. This is just a lot of the work that we're doing in CTE is to bring back all of these MOUs. I recently acquired the digital file of all the past MOUs that ACUSD has had with our local business community, and we're going to start picking them off and bringing those back 1 by 1. That's the plan. Thank you. You're welcome.
And I'll just offer this, speaking for Mr. Gardner, he's brought back fire science. It's a semester-long course. We have 20 students signed up. They get 5 semester units.
Yes, ma'am, they will get 5 units through Columbia College. I want to pass that accolade on to Mr. Medlin, too, who did a lot of work recruiting and getting Chief Withrow to help us put on that class at Independence High School.
Does that also have a minimum?
Yes, ma'am, 18. It's always 18 to run a dual enrollment class, 18.
We have 2 more. That's nice.
Yes.
Ms. Patterson, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is there like do you have to be like a certain class or like a junior, sophomore, senior to like enroll in the class?
I think it's typically offered to juniors and seniors. If it fits in a freshman or sophomore class, they are eligible. Columbia College won't deny that. It's a dual enrollment is actually offered through junior high too. So if a junior high student wanted to, not that class, but a dual enrollment opportunity, that is available. The health careers path, the health careers class is typically offered to juniors and seniors.
And then is there do you have to take the medical terminology in order to proceed with that step? Or can you just take the one semester?
Yeah, they're it's kind of one and the other. So you do the medical terminology in the fall, and then you do that externship program in the spring.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
How do you become
About
one
to
of,
have one more.
how do you become one of the 18? Are you chosen? Are you?
No, it's on the course registration. So students who are
You get to
interested,
choose it?
they can choose it, and it becomes one of their electives.
Nice. In the funding section, or excuse me, in the fiscal implications section of the cover sheet, it says none. How is that funded?
It's a partnership with the hospital. They are not requiring us to pay any fees for their services. It's just a community offering of support and education.
Are there any additional questions or comments? If there are none, we are ready for a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve 16.3.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Does it matter if it's states 60 hours or 75 in here?
Let's go ahead. Can you revise your motion to approve with the revision to 75 hours?
Yes, I revise my motion to approve.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second this.
Thank you, Mrs. Parker. So we'll do a roll call vote, starting with the advisory vote. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Jumping ahead to 16.5, we have 4 job descriptions. Dr. Palazuelos?
It's actually 2.
Oh, sorry.
C and D were
2.
pulled.
C and D were pulled, so we have 2 job descriptions, adult education teacher and ACTA transition navigator.
Thank you for the time again. So the first job description is for the adult education teacher. Our bargaining team worked directly with ACTA, the Amador County Teachers Association, on creating this new updated adult education teacher job description. It went through the negotiations process, and we arrived at an agreement, and this is being brought to the board for your consideration. Would you like me to go over each one? I'll go on to the next one. So the ACTA Transition Navigator is also part of the adult education program. This particular job description was just negotiated yesterday. We signed it yesterday with our Amador County Teachers Association. This is quite updated. One of the things that we've learned with our partnership in the Capital Adult Education Regional Consortium is that many programs that are receiving these adult education funds throughout the state have developed this particular position and role to be able to provide that support in not only being able to onboard in adult education programming, but also to be able to access any form of workforce development as well as job placement. So this particular position is, we're really excited about it in that it will help us in being able to create what we would consider additional inroads with our community and being able to spot and identify new opportunities for work and certifications in the future. And so both of these are for the adult education program.
Are there any questions or comments? If there are none,
Why were C and D pulled?
Because we need to bring them back with changes.
And is there a reason, like privacy or whatever, why they don't have fiscal implications on these? Or is that the correct term, fiscal, what it costs?
They're both on the teacher salary schedule.
They're both on a teacher's salary, and they're both out of the adult education funds, which have their own funding source.
I mean, I think what I mean is like what this is going to cost the district.
Understood.
Would you refer like, oh, go look at the salary chart or something like that?
Yeah, 100%. So this would follow the certificated salary schedule.
Where do you find the certificated salary schedule?
So we have the certificated salary schedule on our contracts and salaries page on the district website, and it's also a component within the contract for the Amador County Teachers Association.
Thank you.
You got it.
if there are no additional questions or comments, we need a motion to approve A and B.
I motion that we approve items A and B.
Thank you. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, starting with the advisory vote. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
I'm sorry, are these positions created for consolidation?
No, they, when we did the movement of the two administrators, we usually have two administrators at that campus. So we've had, Mrs. Hunkins was there and Mr. Wagner were there. Now it's just Mr. Medellin there by himself. So this, we're just kind of reconfiguring. Adult education is something that is separately funded through consortium. And they have the funds to be able to have somebody to oversee this program for expansion purposes.
So the ACTA transition navigator is also a position at Independence or adult ed? Okay. Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. 16.6, the Sunshine Proposals. Dr. Palazuelos?
Thank you, Board of Trustees. Just to give you some background, it was included in the notes here. The Sunshine is a requirement for public employers and labor unions to disclose their initial proposals before negotiations begin. This transparency ensures that both parties have an opportunity to review and consider each other's positions, fostering a fair and informed bargaining process. So before the trustees, there's actually 4 documents. 2 of the documents were actually provided to us directly by the associations themselves. So in 6A, you have the ACTA, or the Amador County Teachers Association, their initial proposal to us as a school district. In B, you have our proposal to the Amador County Teachers Association. And then in C is our classified union, CSEA 239, part of the Unified School District, and their initial proposal to us. And then the last one is our proposal as Unified School District to CSEA 239.
Thank you, Dr. Palazuelos. Does anybody have questions on these, like, at all? No?
Just to clarify, this is just part of the, this is just something that has to be legally done to begin bargaining process. Is that what the, okay.
That's correct.
So, I think with the exception of Mr. Whitaker, I don't think any of us have actually participated in labor negotiations, so it's all a little foreign for the rest of us. It's a very formal identifying the articles that are even eligible to be discussed, right, for
Correct.
changes. And if it's not sunshine, you cannot negotiate it, correct?
There's, that is absolutely correct. The only, there is a provision in the law that if you get to the table and it is, and both sides agree to sunshine an article that wasn't already sunshine, you have a process to be able to bring it forward with a 72-hour review, and then also updating your Board of Trustees.
Okay. If you guys don't have questions or comments, we are ready for a motion to, do you need approval for these?
Yes.
Okay.
What is a consortium?
From the previous item, so the consortium in this particular, the way that I referred it, the Capital Adult Education Regional Consortium is, in that particular group, it is all of the school districts that are part of a regional effort around the adult education programming and, more importantly, the funding mechanism.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries.
And James, that money comes into Fund 11, not Fund 1, the general fund.
I appreciate that, and the reason I apologize is because I feel like in my head as we're going through this, I gotta do extra dot connecting to figure out where stuff is to make sure that I'm not overstepping on what I've already said I'm not gonna do because I stand by it. Like, this is just exhausting and ridiculous.
I totally relate. I'm pretty sure I was doing that vague questioning in the SELPA meeting earlier, if you recall. Just trying to connect the dots and the things that we were discussing hours ago. So, not a problem.
I move that we accept the sunshine letters.
I will second. So for the advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Okay, so we are,
Just to provide one clarifying statement that I think will help a little bit is regardless of consolidation, we would be asking for the principal position.
I appreciate that, and the reason I brought that back up is because I'm thinking in my head of the last item, you know, no disrespect to Mrs. Hunkins, but she's in that spot because of a little moving around, shifting around that we had to do because of consolidation. So there's a lot of these things that it all connects to, you know, so it's just, we're in a crappy situation, if you ask me.
Yeah. So once we get, I mean, if something were to happen in March and consolidation stopped, we would still need that principal in that adult ed spot.
if we are ready for 16.7 now, we have 16.7 and 16.8 are going to be related. We're going to do a public hearing for 2023-24 Education Protection Account spending determination presented by Mr. Critchfield. Do you want me to just read the blurb and open the hearing? Okay, so I'm going to open the hearing and then I'm going to read the blurb. Pursuant to Article 8, Section 36 of the California Constitution, ACUSD is required to hold a public hearing to determine how monies received from EPA are spent in the schools. The Education Protection Account is not new funding. New revenues generated from Prop 30 and Prop 55 are deposited into a state account called the Education Protection Account. School districts will receive funds from EPA based on their proportionate share of statewide local control funding formula amount. A corresponding reduction is made to the district's local control funding formula funding equal to the amount of their EPA entitlement. Does anybody have a public comment for the public hearing? Okay, we're going to declare the public hearing closed. And Mr. Critchfield, for 16.9, the developer fee resolution.
No, we need to,
Oh, no, I skipped it,
We
sorry.
need to do number 8.
Number 8.
please. Thank
It's still you, though.
Sorry, it is still me. The rest of the agenda is me. I apologize. So now that we've had the public hearing, we are requesting that the board pass the resolution on how we're spending the education protection account money. That money is set up. This is a yearly item. I bring it to you every December. This money is set up where you can only spend it on teaching staff. It was set up based on those references that Julia mentioned in the public hearing. The dollar amount that is protected to spend on teachers is $795,000. That would pay for 8 teachers in the district. So it's pretty easy to demonstrate that those funds are being spent on teachers because we have over 200 teachers. So we just have to delineate in our budget that that particular set of funds is spent solely on teaching staff, and we spend millions of dollars on our teaching staff. So we ask that you approve this resolution.
Does anybody have questions about this particular item? If there are no questions, we are ready for a motion.
I motion that we approve item 16.8, the education protection account.
I'll second.
Thank you. Advisory vote first. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano? Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
Thank
We
you.
get to rinse and repeat.
Yes.
For 16.9, another public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. Per Government Code Section 66001D, 66006B, the district is required to report annually to the board and the public on the developer fee fund. Prior to the report, the superintendent must make available a copy of the resolution along with any exhibits. The superintendent further needs to inform the board that the time and place of the adoption meeting was mailed at least 15 days prior to the approval meeting to anyone who has requested the report. The draft resolution and exhibits were made available on November 29th. At this time, no requests have been made for a copy of the resolution and report. Is there anybody that wants to make a comment during the public hearing? All right, we're going to close the public hearing. And item 10, 16.10, developer fee resolution, Mr. Critchfield.
Yeah, so you'll see two attachments in your board agenda. One is the resolution that we are requesting the board approve tonight. The second is the attachment regarding how those monies were spent. And so it's a breakdown of the expenditures. I want to remind everyone this is for the 2022-23 fiscal year. So that was July 1, 2022 until June 30th of this year. And again, this is a routine report and resolution that we bring to the board every December. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have questions? If there are no questions, we are ready for a motion.
I did have one question, I'm sorry.
Okay.
When you look at the expenditures from the developer fees, are these things that you know, like for this year, we're gonna get developer fees. Do you already know exactly what you're gonna be spending those developer fees on? Like, is this expenditure list available before the expenditures, or does it come after? Does that make any sense?
So, no, I think it makes
Okay,
sense.
okay.
When I answer you, you may say, no, you didn't understand my question, so let me try. What we do with developer fees is very different than how we budget for everything else, because developer fees can ebb and flow based on how construction is going in the county. And so when we elect to spend developer fees, we base it on a model where the money already has to be in the account. Now, we anticipate and project how much revenue we think we'll bring in, but there are no guarantees of that. And so we treat it very differently. We treat it more like a savings account than a projected budget, where if the money's in the account and this is a project that we need to move forward with, we do that project while the money's there, not hoping the money will be there, if that makes sense.
Okay, and then there is no, so like, for example, if developer fees are collected in the city of, in Jackson, or they're collected in Sutter Creek or Iona, or wherever they are, they don't have to be spent in those specific areas. Is that correct? I feel like we talked about this before, but I just want to clarify.
We have, and it's okay to
Okay.
clarify. So yeah, we collect level 2 developer fees, and because we're a K-12 school district that covers the entire county, the monies brought in are not tracked by a specific area, nor do they have to be spent in a specific area. Now, if we were to collect level 1 fees, and there's a lot more that goes into that, then it would change, but we don't do that. These are just level 2 fees.
Okay, thank you.
This report here, attachment A, is this the report that you're talking about?
Yes.
This is the report that you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, is there an opportunity for public comment under this?
There is not, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That opportunity has passed. I don't like saying that. I would be happy to have a conversation with you, John. Did you have any other questions? No?
No, I don't right now.
I'm trying to remember. I believe the board received an email from a community member regarding developer fees, and I can't remember his questions and concerns. Does anybody else remember that? No?
I know we just got one today.
I remember, but I don't know. Hold on, let me look at something.
Jared?
The reason I'm asking is because I remember them being, oh my God, those are good questions. And I'm curious if these might answer those questions for that community member.
This lays out all the expenditures for the year and has the resolution approving it. I mean, this is, I'm not sure what questions you're referring to. If you find it, James, and want to send me to them, I'm happy to reach out. It's been pretty common where even though there's the period beforehand where people can ask, we don't get questions, but then after this board meeting, it triggers community questions, and it's been pretty much every year I end up communicating with community members who have questions on developer fees. So if you want to give me their info, I'm happy to reach out.
And I remember County Assessor, what's his name?
Jim Rooney.
Mr. Rooney did a presentation regarding developer fees, correct?
No, he did a presentation regarding property taxes.
Property taxes, okay, sorry.
I have the email. I'll forward it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kayla.
Kayla, is that the one that we got today?
Yes.
I've already forwarded it to.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Critchfield, I think your attachment A actually specifies level 1
Does it?
developer fees.
Where?
And since you just said it was level 2,
Sorry, I misspoke. We
We
do
might-
level 1, not level 2.
Okay.
I misspoke. I apologize.
Could you just explain to me real quick the difference between level 1 and level 2? Like, what are there different requirements for that?
Yeah, there are different requirements, and level 2 has to be concentrated on a specific area. And then that area, you can actually levy increased fees beyond that. And then there are more strings attached to how you spend that money. And when we've analyzed it, it has not been something that we think would be worth it. And it would, honestly, it could drive the cost of homes up even more too, because now you're levying even more fees on the construction of a home.
is that something that would have to go to a ballot, like a vote?
Level 2, no, is still board-related. You're probably thinking of like Melrose taxes. So
Okay.
those are common. I know people have mentioned Elk Grove and El Dorado and things like that. It's very common when a development goes in, they will pass a Melrose tax that levies a tax on homes in a particular neighborhood. And then that could be over a 15, 20, 25-year period. I know in Elk Grove, there are neighborhoods that were built, we're talking neighborhoods of 800, 900 homes. They pass a Melrose tax and they say the money will go into 2 sources, parks and schools. And so then those taxes that are brought in go to those, but that's typically under a Melrose tax.
So I'm asking because I actually read that section of the facilities master
Oh, gotcha.
plan today.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where they were talking about all the different funding sources.
Yes, we lay
So I
that
was
out in the
curious if
master
this
plan.
was in there. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Are developer fees the same as impact fees?
yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I found that email address, or that email, and the concern was regarding Ione Elementary School. And am I allowed to read this?
I don't, you'd have to look.
Am I allowed to read this to ask a question? Yes. So it says, since the building in Ione started over 10 years ago, the school district has received approximately $11 million in impact fees. My question would be, is that right? Why was this not used to fix Ione School or even a portion? And then where did this funding go? Why is Ione Elementary being singled out for closure, largest elementary school in the county? So my question is regarding the impact fees portion of this.
Yeah, so I would have to get back to you on the last 10 years because the requirement is we're looking at one single year. So this is 22, 23. And again, this has been passed, this will be the 7th time that I've done this. And so then the years prior, I believe it was done as well. So we would have to go back and look at each year to be able to compile the 10 years.
Is Ione still up for closure? The elementary school?
Under the current direction and resolution that was passed, yes.
But Mr. Critchfield, I have a question on these level one fees. When we're talking about a majority of them came from my own.
I'd have to go back and look to say a majority because
Okay, a portion of them.
Zinfandel Ridge and Plymouth brought in a lot of developer fees.
A portion of them got brought in from my own, and there's also City of Jackson, City of Cedar Creek, Plymouth, other areas of the county.
Correct.
And so, for example, the ION funds, whatever they are, those are to support students from the ION area, not necessarily students or ION schools. For example, ION students go to Argonaut High School, so we can use some of the funds there.
Yeah, and again, because we do level one, we don't even have to actually track it to that level. It's just once developer fees are collected, they can be spent on schools within the district.
For modernization and
new construction.
And new construction.
Modernization and new construction, yes.
Are there any additional questions?
That's $11 million. And I'm just thinking like, we don't have kind of like a guesstimate of where the heck that's at?
So again, building ebbs and flows, so I'm not gonna speak to it.
Building prices, is that what you mean, or?
No, there's just how construction in the county
Okay.
ebbs and flows through the years. And there's some years where building is going super fast and others where it's slow.
For sure.
So a comment on 11 million over 10 years, I don't have 10 years of data in front of me, so I would have to get back to you on the dollar amount for the last 10 years.
Okay.
I know that in 2022-23, we brought in 1.1 million in developer fees.
ION, or everywhere?
Entire county.
Okay, yeah. Is there any way that, I mean, of course, if the board wants the answers to that, but especially this community member?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Jim did forward me that email, so I have their contact, and I'll compile the 10 years and get it to the board and the community member.
Thank you.
We do that.
Does anyone have any additional questions? If not, we're ready for a motion for the resolution.
I'd like to move that we approve item 1610, the developer fee resolution.
In a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Crow. The advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
I'm gonna vote no.
Thank you. Did you want to state your reason why? And you don't have to, if you don't want to.
No, I don't
Okay,
have a reason.
let us stand.
I'll state it in my board report.
Okay, Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
1611, Amador County Unified School Districts 2023-24, first interim budget revisions. Mr. Critchfield, is this a long presentation?
Depends on how many questions I get. My part is short.
Okay, does anyone need a break? We've been at this for a long time.
This is connected
No?
with the next item that could be, which is an overview of the first interim budget. So if you are going to take a break, it probably would be a good time before we do this.
Let's take 5. Okay. Okay, so 5 minutes, and then we'll come back, and then we'll power through all the way through to the end of the county meeting, if that works for everybody.
things. But first item has to do with budget revision. So just as an overview of first interim, and again, if you don't remember all this, that is totally fine. The state requires that we submit a budget prior to June 30th for the upcoming fiscal year. At that point in time, typically the state budget has not even been approved, which our budget is based on. So we are basing our budget that has to be approved by the board in June on projections. We're also still in the situation where we're hiring new employees. And so there's a lot that we still don't know. So the intent of that with the state is you have 2 periods during the fiscal year where you come back to the board for approval of your budget. When we had the board approve the budget in June, no money had been spent in the budget because the new budget year hadn't even started. Now, when we're at first interim, this is a reflection of all expenditures for the months of July, August, September, and October. And then it's the projection of the budget from November 1st until June 30th. So while it's referred to as solely a budget, it's actually a mixture of actual expenditures with a budget. And so before we get into the actual certification of first interim, we have revisions that were made in the budget. And some of those for the better. The first one up top, there's explanations over on the side, has to do with the revised local control funding formula calculator. Attendance has been good so far this year. Kids are coming back a little more often than they did in those post-COVID years, and our enrollment is up a little bit. So we've revised our revenue to reflect that. We also have some revised allocations in Title I and other funds. We have CTE grant money that came in that needed to be revised, and then a few salary revisions. And again, like I said, in June, we haven't even hired everybody yet. So it's typical that we put some salary revisions in there to get our budget right on track. And then some other just nominal changes to the budget. And so the first request tonight is that you approve these budget revisions, and the next item will get into the budget certification. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to go ahead and go down the line. Ms. Patterson and Ms. Clement, did you guys have budget questions?
No questions here. Not neither.
Okay, that's cool. Mr. Crow?
Not right now, no.
Okay, Mrs. Parker?
I mean, I always have a multitude of questions with the budget, but not one that I can formulate to
I'll
say
come back
right
to
this
you,
second. Okay.
just in case. Mr. Marzano? I can't hear you.
I can't hear myself either. I have a question. Really, right now, the only budget question that I have is me hearing that within X amount of years, the district will be bankrupt. Does that show in here? Oh, how the hell do I ask that? If we don't consolidate, does this budget show us a path or trajectory or bar graph or pizza stating that?
So the budget that has been put together reflects the savings from consolidation because that is the current direction from the board. If we were to undo that, then the next couple of years look extremely tight. I would never sit here and say, we're going to be bankrupt in 2 years, because 2 years out, there's time to make changes. We would have to make significant changes over the next couple of years without consolidation to keep our budget right side up. This was brought up way back in the SELPA meeting. So in November and into December, the Legislative Analyst's Office put out updates on the budget. And so their December 7th communication statewide showed that they are reflecting a $68 billion, that's with a B, dollar statewide budget deficit for next year. When we built our budget in June, and I should have said this earlier, James, with each budget at June adoption, first interim and second interim, the board also will look at, and this comes up in the next item, the next 2 fiscal years. You always have to approve the current budget and a multi-year projection of what the next 2 years look like. Of course, lots can change, but given the information we have right now. In June, the information we had was a 3.94% COLA, or cost of living adjustment. So that would be an increase of essentially 4% to all of these different formulas that we use to fund our schools. Now, with this December 7th update to the $68 billion deficit, they've updated that number to 1%. That is a difference in funding for next school year of $1.5 million. So if the 4% COLA remained intact, we would receive $1.5 million more in funding next year. If it doesn't, and it's at 1, and many economists are saying you should plan for 0, not 1, if it ends up at 1, we lose out on that $1.5 million in revenue next year. If it goes all the way down to 0, then that dollar amount is just shy. I think it's like $7,000 shy of $2 million. And so that's where things can change very quickly. And so when we look at, again, I don't like to use the word bankrupt, but the next 2 fiscal years are not looking good based off of the update from last week.
So, and I appreciate that you're helping me change my word.
Yeah, no problem.
Because, you know, you and I, it seems like you and I are the only ones here from the last time, or the only time since I've been on the board. You know, you and I are the only ones left when we went through this possible state takeover. And I believe
there was no one else at this dais or next to me. You are correct.
Me and you are the only OGs left.
That's right.
So the bankrupt maybe is not the right term, but the state takeover, I believe, is the term that was used. So if we don't consolidate, does that reflect those statements in this budget?
No, if consolidation were not the direction, then my multi-year projection would look different.
Because you would be trying to predict what the state's gonna do.
Well, and I would be predicting what we're gonna do. So I would have to put in there the costs of keeping all of the schools open and everything that comes with that. So and again, that's why multi-year projections can change so much, because, you know, someone could look at June's and say, well, why'd the money drop now? Well, it's because we thought there was a 4% COLA and now there's a 1% COLA. That might be a 0. Same thing is I have to do it based on the information I have today and the direction from the board is consolidation.
Right.
So the multi-year projection reflects consolidation. Because when you go 2 years out, that second year out is 2025-26 fiscal year, which is the first year of consolidation,
Right.
based on our current plans.
The reason I said that is because, you know, words matter. And
They do.
freak people out. And a term such as that causes, oh my gosh, what the heck? And
I would use terms like cuts and layoffs, absolutely, if we don't consolidate. And you've been there when we did that.
I mean, yeah. So I think that if it does show that, I'd like to maybe at a later time, or because I know these budget presentations and forms, and they're very lengthy and detailed, and, you know, I'm not a professional budget guy.
No, absolutely not. And again, the way we.
I don't think any of us are.
No, and the way we have to present them to you is challenging because for board members, because it's a state system that we upload all our financial data in. It's not user-friendly to the average person. And so, again, I always pair it with a presentation, and I have a presentation in the next item to break down some of what's in those documents. But yeah, it's not super user-friendly how we report our budgets.
James, would you be willing to schedule a time to come in and we can go over all of that? And then you can give us just some advice. We can bring those documents back.
Where I was going is, you know, when I was on the board a while back, we actually did a lot of trainings. We did budget trainings, we did Brown Act trainings, we did all kinds of trainings just to keep us above the oh crap line. And thus far, I don't feel we've done that, or unless I've missed them. I didn't get the memo, I don't know.
No, why don't I do this? Why don't I send a survey out to the board? And I can collect some of that information, and then we can get whatever training scheduled you guys would like, absolutely. But in the meantime, if you would like to come in and meet with Jared and myself to talk about the budget and the difference between the out years and what it looks like, we do have that availability in spreadsheets at the office.
I appreciate the invite.
Jared, I have a quick question. A lot of times, we're told that this is the amount that your budget is going to be, but we're not going to fund that right now, but we still have to do it. And then, or they'll say, we're going to give you a grant one time, an art grant or something, when we're going to fund it for 2 million, and then they come back and say, oh, no, we're not going to fully fund that for this year. We're only going to fund it for, say, 1 million. And we've gotten the money there, and that's one of the things that affects our budget down the line.
Yeah, I was raised with, this is not a technical term, no take backsies, but that happens with state funds. They typically have not done that in the current year, but there will be situations where they're going to say, this is a grant and it's a multi-year grant. And then you get through year one and all of a sudden they're like, never mind, it's not going to be that much in year two. That has happened.
And we've hired people off
Yep.
that grant, and
Correct.
like, we don't want to do on one-time monies.
You're correct.
But then we're stuck with it because they come out
can
with it
happen.
after
Yep.
March 15th.
Absolutely, that can happen. Now, once the budget's been enacted, our main revenue sources typically would not
Yeah.
be reduced. It's happened. It happened during the Great Recession. There is a rainy day account that through the good times that the state has had over the last several years, they have built up. And so next year's budget is really in flux because, and I've said this before, the biggest problem in the state of California, just when you look at the entire state budget, is we are very dependent on what's referred to as the PIT, which is the personal income tax, because the top 1% make up a huge proportion of personal income taxes in the state. And so as they go, our state budget goes. And so that can fluctuate drastically. And typically in California, when times are good nationwide, they tend to be a little bit better in California. But when times start to decline nationwide, they tend to be a little bit worse than they are nationwide. So we are on a steeper roller coaster with our state budgets than you kind of see nationwide. And so it's just important to note that when we look at these coming years, because just in a few months, we can go from thinking we're going to have $1.5 million more next year than we're probably going to have, and it could even be $2 million less. And that's so dependent on that personal income tax. So the big decision rolling into next year will be, will the governor and will the state legislature approve dipping into some of that rainy day fund so that we don't take as much of a hit next year? But none of that has been determined at this point.
They don't know yet.
Correct. They don't know, so we don't know.
Are there any additional questions? Mrs. Parker, did you?
No, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
I have a comment, I guess. I had shared a article I found yesterday with, and I can't remember which county it was, nearby county. They had a passed bond. They had a fund available of over 545 million for their new schools. The projected costs were in 2016 have since doubled. And now they're scaling down their new plans to how to save money. And they have basically a pool of over 500 million. And I mean, that's so drastic compared to small Amador County that just shows a big county with big resources, they're going to be struggling to find the funding. So I really think that when you see examples like that is something that the budget is, we're not going to have any kind of slush fund or anything for our future budget. So I think being as efficient as possible is the only way to go. I just want to throw that out there, that I just found that so difficult to grasp on that amount, and it's not going to be enough for a county like that.
The last few years post-COVID, construction costs have skyrocketed, public construction costs especially. So we're required to pay prevailing wage on these projects, and the cost of materials. I don't think it comes as any surprise to anybody how inflation has affected these things, and we see it there. And so we're looking at models over the next few years of construction costs increasing from 10 to 14% per year.
Mm-hmm. And I think on that one, they projected it was like 14, the lower 14% each year costs have went up. And that's, you know, it's not going to be any different in Amador County.
That's correct.
I have an observation. So I noticed that we have several million in restricted programs. And then I noticed in some, repeatedly mentioned in the explanation of changes, a CTE grant. That's on the plus side, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. That was referenced earlier tonight by Ms. Pichette and Mr. Gardner about the $2 million in CTE funds that we have now secured that we'll be able to spend over the next couple of years. It also reflects some of the learning loss money that came in one time, but we have multiple years to spend it, so we don't want to spend it all down in 1 year.
Any other questions?
I only feel that it's right that I brought up with the impact fee email that we received. I want to make sure, did the board receive an email from Mr. Cody Gold regarding the FUMP and all of those questions regarding money and budget and things of that nature? Did you get that email as well, Mr. Critchfield?
And I responded with an invitation to meet.
Okay, because I too think that those are like amazing, good questions that like I didn't even have the knowledge or thought to think of. I mean, people in this community are doing their due diligence to try to figure it out, and they don't even sit on the board like I do, and I'm not even informed, I feel like, half the time. That's a horrible statement, but I said it. So I just think that those questions should be answered, and if I can be piggybacked on those answers to those questions, I'd appreciate that. Sure. Thank you.
Same, please.
No problem.
If there are no additional questions, we're ready for a motion to approve the interim budget revisions.
I'll move to approve item 16.11, Amador County Unified School Districts 2023-24 first interim budget revisions.
And a second?
I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you. The advisory vote first, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
I am a no, but I'd like to explain myself. Only, Jared, I do not want your job, and I would never envy anybody that has your job. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really not into math and numbers, and this literally like makes my skin crawl sometimes looking at this. However, just given the fact that we don't have, there isn't a way to put an option on here for a no consolidation kind of time, like what that would look like. I just, my vote's gonna be a no, but this is not to negate the hard work that you guys all do in your office to bring this up.
Thank you. Mr. Marzano?
I too am going to vote no because of similar reasons, but I think the most important thing is to jump on not disrespecting or forgetting the work that you do. I mean, you do a lot of work, and I mean no disrespect at that at all. I hope that made sense.
Oh, none taken.
And
my job's to build the budget based on the direction of the board, so that's what you have in front of you.
Right, and I appreciate that, and also because you had said that it's based on consolidation as well, that's also why I'm saying no.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. So our last discussion action item is board budget. Mr. Critchfield?
Yes. There are 16 attachments with budget documents, and then there's another attachment with a presentation. I would ask that if you have that available to you to open it up. It's called the District First Interim Budget, and that item is a presentation taking data from those 16 attachments to help walk us through this conversation. And so again, like I said earlier during the budget revisions, this is a reflection of monies that have already been spent over the first 4 months of the fiscal year and the projection of how we'll spend our money for the rest of the year. And so, again, there's a lot of oversight that goes on into this. I really want to give a shout out to my fiscal team. We have Robert Norton as our Director of Fiscal Services, and we have 2 fiscal analysts, Terry McCrory and Lydia Cooper. And they do the lion's share of this work to go through every single expenditure, all of our budgets, to make sure that it's all in compliance with the state and that we have a right side up budget and all of those things. They do a great job at what they do, and they never in a million years want to stand up here and present to you, but they deserve credit. I'm the one that presents that. But again, in the business office, we have a lot of different people that do functions, but when it comes to building these budgets, it really is the 4 of us that do that work. So I just want to make sure I acknowledge those 3 individuals, because they're all 3 very hardworking and dedicated employees. So that's where we start with our budgets. We have the business office that oversees the budget development and monitoring. We go through accounting, payroll, purchasing, cash handling, all of that. We also go through the process of going through external audits, where we have to be audited by an external firm, looking at all of our expenditures. We come to the board for approval on many items. We also have the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team, which is FICMAT. James mentioned years ago, when you get into fiscal distress, you don't ask them to come in, they come in. And so we have experience with FICMAT, and then ultimately, we're responsible to the California Department of Education. They approve our budgets. And so in the breakdown of revenues, you'll see we had been receiving lots of one-time funds over the last few years, so you're starting to see the percentage of our revenues shift back to what it looked like pre-COVID. So the local control funding formula, or LCFF, makes up 49.77 million of our revenue this year. That's 80% of our total revenue comes from that one funding source. That funding source is what we've talked about in the past of how many students we have and how often they attend school. And then they're divided into their grade spans, and each grade span is valued at a certain dollar amount. And so you have your transitional kindergarten through 3rd graders at a certain dollar amount, 4th through 6th, 7th through 8th, and then our high schoolers. And so we look at how our attendance is and how often they attend, and then those get plugged into a formula on a per student allocation, and that turns into the nearly $50 million in revenue. When you break down our expenditures, like I've said many times in the past, we spend the majority of our money on people, and that is reflected in this budget as well, as 37% of our funds, or $23.9 million, is being spent on certificated salaries, 9.1 million on classified, and then for benefits, it's a combination of benefits for classified and certificated. That not only includes the health and welfare benefit that our employees get, but it also includes the employer contribution to state retirement systems, which are hefty contributions that the district has to make on their behalf towards their state retirement. So the next slide combines all 3 of those, so you can kind of get a better picture of how much money are we actually spending on people. So in this year's budget, we are planning on spending $48.125 million on people. That's salaries and benefits combined, certificated and classified combined. That makes up 74% of all expenditures. It takes a lot of people to run a school district, right? And so the majority of our funding goes into our people. And then the next slide has to do with our multi-year projection. And James, that's what we were just talking about. And so we have to reflect the current year and the next 2 years. And again, when we build a multi-year projection, we need to reflect our reserve percentage, and our reserve percentage must be higher than 3%. And we're reflecting that in the current year and the next 2 years. If we really want to go a blast from the past, the next slide shows what also James was referring to with our ending fund balances and our reserves. If you go all the way back to 2017-18, which is I think what you were talking about, James, we did not meet our 3% reserve requirement at the time and had to make a lot of decisions, a lot of hard ones, to move us out of that. And again, over the last 4.5 years, we have been above the state reserve minimum requirement, and so it's been a much better situation for us as far as it goes financially.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Ms. Julia, do we not put the information on the board anymore for public to see?
It's in the board packet if Lori wants to pull it up.
Oh, no, I was curious, because sometimes I can't see that. I gotta zoom in. I can't zoom in enough. Sometimes that helps me, but.
Do you want me to?
Well, no, I was just asking if there was a reason why we don't.
No reason, just.
Okay. All right.
It was forgotten, I think.
Okay.
I think when Jared goes to the podium, then it gets brought up, but
Yeah.
when he doesn't, it doesn't.
Okay.
So I'm on page 4 of that attachment, James. So there's the bar graph on the top half that shows our last 10 years or so ending fund balances, and then our projected for this current budget. And then on that same page is the reserve requirement. So a big part of the board's approval tonight has to do with reserves. So what we have to do is we take all of our expenditures, and that's restricted and unrestricted expenditures, and in the current year, and we have to have in reserve at least 3% in unrestricted monies. And so the reserve projection for this year would be based off of $64.82 million in expenses. That would be a reserve requirement or standard of 1.94 million. We're projecting to have 3.679 million. So more than the state requirement.
Thank you, Jared. I have to interrupt. We need a motion to extend the time.
I move that we extend the time until 10:30.
I think that would be, I don't think we'll need it, but yes. Can we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. And you were talking about our reserve levels looking very nice, Mr. Critchfield.
Correct. So again, this is still below the state average, but it's above the state minimum requirement. I just want to make sure we're clear on that. Most K-12 districts are running at a percentage of in excess of 10%. We're projecting around a 6% reserve. So again, it's not a huge reserve, but it is more than what the state minimum requirement is. The final slide is really what it comes down to what the board is approving tonight. So we're demonstrating that we will have our reserves at the end of this current fiscal year and the next 2 years. The board has 3 options when it comes to budget certification: positive, qualified, and negative. Positive is the highest recommendation, and that would be that we anticipate meeting our financial obligations this year and the next 2 years. Qualified means we may not meet them in this year or the next 2 years. Negative means we will not meet them. So we are recommending a positive budget certification. The board would approve this. It would be submitted to the state. The state has the ability in their approval to either concur with the board's approval or downgrade that approval. And so again, we're demonstrating a positive budget. This has to do with basically, when you boil it down to 2 metrics: that you're meeting your reserve requirement and that you'll have enough cash to make payroll. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Ms. Patterson, did you have any budget questions?
No, I did not.
Ms. Clement?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
No.
Mrs. Parker?
No.
Mr. Marzano?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Whitaker?
You're basing this on consolidation and on your multi-year projection, the District 3 years outlook, where you have reserve percentages of 5.6, 5.8, and 6%. It was talked about if we don't consolidate, that it would change those numbers and everything. And we're looking at taking, what, $1 million off a year or $2 million off a year?
Well, it would be different. It would be very different if, the scenarios that were all shown tonight factor in consolidation.
Yeah,
To undo that all would, I don't want to speak to an exact dollar amount without, we'd have to go through it all to undo it, to show what that would look like.
Yeah, but you're saying it would put us in a real financial hardship going forward.
Yeah, again, based on the state budget with the projected budgets the way they are for the next 2 years being so low, it definitely puts us in a difficult position.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be given that number of how much it'll cost to mitigate everything too tomorrow, right?
How much it will cost to mitigate, we'll have projections on all of that. Again, we have to secure contracts and everything else for some of the mitigation measures, so I won't be able to speak to exact dollar amounts, but I can give you ballparks.
Okay.
And that number can change too, that we have a long comment period where
Absolutely.
agencies will be participating. So.
The public and agencies, because the agencies will have an additional 10 days after.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
I move that we go ahead and approve a positive status for the first interim report, 1612.
I'll second. So for the advisory vote, Ms. Patterson,
Yes.
Ms. Clement,
Yes.
Mr. Crow,
Yes.
Mrs. Parker,
I'm a no for the same reasons as earlier.
okay, and Mr. Marzano,
I too am a no.
Mr. Whitaker,
Yes.
and I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
So that concludes our discussion action items. We are moving on to reports. Dr. Gibson.
I don't have anything at this time.
Okay, and so we're going to move to our student board members. Ms. Patterson?
Okay, I'll try and make this quick. Our ASB had just hosted our canned food drive, and we raised a total of 1,480 cans to donate, with like a little competition between the teachers. And our chemistry teacher, Miss Williams, won with 400 cans. We have our winter activities rally this Friday, like featuring all of our clubs and sports and like just activities that we do. And our Legally Blonde musical has been showing on dates this week and next week. And if you want to go, I encourage you to show up. And our sports update, we have our girls basketball participated in 2 tournaments and having a third this Thursday through Saturday at Union Mine. The boys basketball had a tournament at Argyle last week and have a tournament this weekend from Thursday through Saturday, and feel free to go watch. Girls soccer has an undefeated record so far. Boys soccer has a game tonight at Bradshaw Christian, and their record is 2-2. And our ski team has a returning skier, Marley Garner, who placed 9th in state last year, and they have been training really hard in the off-season and to kick off the year with a good start. And that is all.
Thank you. That was quick. Although we usually actually like to hear your guys' reports, so. Ms. Clement?
Mine is relatively short as well. Before Thanksgiving break, we had our annual Thanksgiving rally, which was Family Feud themed. And that was super fun because the teachers sell it for the students. They're super in theme. So one of the teams was the Argonaut Athletes, and the other one was called the Babies and Boomers because they represented the freshmen and the seniors. And they were just super in character, and so that was really entertaining. And then since it's Christmas time, our CSF club is putting on a toy drive, and our Latinx club is hosting a canned food drive. And we've already received a ton of donations for those, so those clubs are really happy that their efforts are going well. And then we have a couple upcoming events. This Friday, we have a freshman social. So this year, we've been trying to be more focused on planning events just specifically for the freshmen to give them opportunities to get more involved. So we're doing a little cookie decorating activity at lunch for them. And then the last day before break, we call it Last Day Fun Day. And so we have an extended lunch, and we have cookie decorating, ornament making, a gingerbread house competition. So I'm really looking forward to that. And then, overall, everyone's just really looking forward to a nice 2-week break for Christmas. But yeah, that's all I have to report on.
Thank you, Maeve. Mr. Crow?
Here's a first. I actually do have something to say for the report. The consolidation has been a hot topic since I've been on school board. Consolidation is the reason that I ran for school board, hoping that my background in engineering and construction could I guess, be useful for the process. One of the things I've heard is we're making our schools big, and we live in a small community. Everyone knows each other, or everyone has at least mutual friends. So putting 2 small schools together is not going to make us some gigantic school. Everyone's going to still know each other. I really think that the one of the focuses needs to be maintained is providing better opportunities for our students. And for my own thoughts, I think consolidation is the way to go. And I'm not saying that the plan the conceptual plan that is on the table right now is the one that's gonna solve everyone's problems. But I think we need to focus and maintain that as our goal to achieve the best we can. I really long for the days before social media where people actually talk to each other instead of not saying anything, spreading rumors online, and then wondering where the response was. I encourage people to stay involved. I could probably count on one hand the number of times I've seen this many people here since I've been on school board. Most every time I'm at a board meeting, there's empty chairs. So I please encourage you to continue to stay involved, continue to reach out to the school board members, continue to ask questions. For us to be successful in this and achieve our goals, it's going to take the whole community. It's going to take the school board, it's going to take the administration, it's going to take the various cities, it's going to take the county, and other agencies, probably Caltrans and whoever. But please stay involved, ask questions. Don't go to social media with your anger. Call me if you're angry, and you can talk to me. I'll respond to you. I look forward to the EIR review tomorrow. I've reached out to several of the community and hoping that can kind of bridge a gap between the community and what's happening here for the process of the consolidation. So again, tomorrow's the review. Please attend if at all possible. And like I said, keep asking questions. My number is available. I've received some calls from people, received emails. I will try to respond every chance I get. If I don't, that does not mean that I'm ignoring you. It might mean that I've had 20 other things going on that day. But if you feel like I have neglected to respond, reach out to me again, call me, text me, and do not be afraid to reach out. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crow. Mrs. Parker?
Yeah, so I think I just want to clarify that I don't disagree with benefits that consolidation can offer for our school district. It's clear that our facilities are outdated and have many critical needs. Most of our facilities do, actually. It's clear that our academic offerings are limited and master schedules are very difficult to create when you have all those kind of courses. It's clear that our junior high academics, CTE, and other elective offerings, as well as athletic opportunities, are lacking. And it's equally clear that there's a disparity between the two campuses. It's clear that our county is geographically large, and it creates challenges with additional school sites that we might not otherwise have, as well as transportation difficulties. I'm well aware of all the challenges that are facing the district, along with the upcoming $60+ billion budget deficit that we're talking about. But there's also some other stuff that I feel just has to be addressed. When the bond didn't pass, we were presented with a different plan than was originally presented, which makes sense. You can't do the same with 16 million as you can with 80 million. That's just duh. But it's very clear that we needed a workshop. We needed more time and community input to consider if the proposed plan was that best plan and path forward. Subsequently, in February, with 2 senior board members missing and only 2 new board members and a new board president in attendance, we voted on the creation of the position of consolidated principal and athletic director. The motions didn't pass, but we were advised that they had. And at this point, I can't imagine moving forward with anything on the topic of consolidation without the board seeking independent counsel and appropriately remedying that situation prior to any further consolidation action. Finally, we had multiple formal requests to reconsider consolidation or at least pause to work out the kinks. Those requests were not added to the agenda, and that too was not a full board decision, although it is perceived to be. If we don't choose to move forward with nothing but transparency and working with the community, not in spite of, we're never going to garner support for any future projects that the district desperately needs. In order to fulfill this plan that we have in place right now, that relies on community support for phase 2 and phase 3. If this is the way it goes, we're never getting that. We're never getting it. And that is a scary thought, to have this be kind of the end-all be-all, because we have now just really severed that tie with our community. And that is the scariest part for me personally. Thank you.
Mr. Marzano?
I can't say anything as eloquent as that, other than I feel that in past meetings, there's times that I have been misled. Again, I said it last meeting, is that a me problem? Is that a you problem? I don't know, but I know it's a problem. There's times where I feel very uninformed. Again, is that me? Is that you? I don't know. I just know it's a problem. I hate comparing past administrations, but in communicating with other board members throughout the state, everybody has their own little unique way of doing things, what's best for them. There was a time where this district would over-communicate. There was a time where the district would under-communicate. Is there a happy medium? As a board member, is there a happy medium to be communicated to about certain things? I don't know, because I know everybody's busy trying to do their job, but the problem is I feel that I am not being communicated to thoroughly, properly, and I feel that that's a big issue, especially being on the board, having to make decisions that District 3 has put me in to make. I feel I got to be better informed, and there's certain things that the district has failed in doing so. And I will also admit that there are things that I have failed in better informing or figuring things out. So we just need to find a way to do it better so I can make better decisions. There's things that have happened. Kayla brought them up, the 2 agenda items. I struggle very much with moving forward with anything, because in my head, like, if you don't have something, how can you move forward with anything? If there's a logical answer that can help me understand it, I'm game. I'm all for it. I'm also a transplant, and in 2013 when I moved here, I feel strongly that consolidation is something that's needed in this county, for better academic reasons, for better services, for better everything that you guys have presented that we can provide as a school district for our students. But as I stated before, I feel that we're doing it not correctly, my opinion. Is it because I haven't been communicated to correctly? I don't know. We have to figure that out. If others feel that they have been communicated with fine, then where is the disconnect? Where is the problem? Let's figure it out. I also feel that we need to have legal counsel. Is that something that's standard for school board meetings? I don't know. We've never had somebody sit in here since I've been on the board, an attorney. Is it a good idea to possibly start doing that, because we're on a train that is extremely important, that ultimately is, in a sense, carrying precious cargo, our community students? Like, maybe we should have somebody here to help us do it right from Jump Street. There's just so many things that I feel needs to be done, and we're lacking. And I will raise my hand and say I am a part of that lacking crew. We're lacking. We got to figure out how to make it right. So.
Mr. Whitaker?
I do have some concerns also. Just for the record, in February of last year, when we had the shortcoming of board members, I know I was under the weather. I was home with COVID, so I couldn't come to the meeting. I had made a question to the superintendent, could I go remote? And because it's the 72-hour rule, I couldn't. So I wasn't here for that vote. I did not know until November that there was a problem with that vote when it was brought to our attention. February of this year is when the vote happened, but we did not know about it was an invalid vote or a mistake was made in the way it was interpreted until November, so that's, 10 months throughout there. And I'm looking at how do we deal with this? And, it's something that I know we've talked in board prep about getting an attorney's opinion on this so we have the right way to move forward, because we all want to do it right. We all want to do what's best for kids. And consolidation, I believe, is a very good thing, as many people have brought out. It's going to give us more opportunities, better use of resources, and I know things got pulled off the agenda tonight because we wanted to make it right. We didn't want to rush through things, and people are accusing us of rushing through things. When consolidation came up originally, I sat there the first time that it came up and I said, hey, we need to get the community involved. It doesn't, people may not remember that, but I'm the one that made the motion to table it and wanted to have 2 weeks, and it got brought back before the 2 weeks, and it was still people were saying, we need more time. I know President Burns at the time was going, we need to take a break on this. And, the bond didn't pass for whatever reason. And, we had said beforehand, we are going to go through with consolidation, whether the bond passes or not. It's not, the bond was not the decision whether we should consolidate. It was how we should proceed with consolidation with the bond. And because we didn't get the bond, we had to come up with Plan B. And as I said last week, sometimes we have a dream of something and we have to kind of change our plans, but keep working toward that. And I think that's what we're doing here. And so those are my thoughts, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so I'm gonna back clean up. I encourage everybody to go see Legally Blonde. It's always a good time to go see the kids doing what they love to do. Not one board member actually brought up that we went to conference recently, and it's always eye-opening to really see the comparison between our district and how we are structured compared to other school districts. There's so much variance in size. There's some school districts that only have 50 students. So can you imagine the tax base that they have to fund their budget? It's almost nothing, right? One of the student presentations we saw at the conference was a choir, and that choir was magical. And I was a little bit envious because I have not seen one of our choirs. And I wanted that for our students. I wanted them to have that level of accomplishment and performance. And it was very emotional, actually, the songs that they chose to sing. One of them was It Takes a Village. And I thought, what a perfect selection. I'm only going to mention 2 of these sessions that I attended because I thought that they were very apropos to things that we are going through. One of them was about Brown Act. And in particular, there's Brown Act, which is governs having your meetings in public, and that the public deserves a certain amount of notice, and avoiding serial meetings, or they call hub and spoke meetings. And that is where, say, the superintendent were to call each individual board member and talk to them about something that might be on the agenda. That might be a hub and spoke. And then serial meetings are ones where, maybe Jim and I are in board prep together, and we talk about something because we're in that, and then Jim goes and calls somebody else, and then I go and call somebody else, right? Like that would also be a violation of the Brown Act. And I think it's frustrating for board members who maybe were taught some of those habits previously, and I don't do those. So a lot of times emails will come in or conversations will, and I can't call you if you're a board member because someone else has already talked to me about that. So I am extreme on avoiding Brown Act violations. I believe that the most productive conversation you can have is when you're in these seats right here, and that anything that you have to say to me would absolutely be welcome to be said publicly, where the public can hear the question and hear the answer. They hear my response and your response. That's where the transparency comes from. The second session that I attended had to do with surplus sites. And I've had several community members approach me and ask me because they're concerned about our historic schoolhouses. In fact, just recently, I had 2 different community members contact me about the Sutter Creek Schoolhouse. And we are unique. Again, I say that a lot. We're so unique in that we still have in our possession, as a school district, so many historic one-room schoolhouses. Most of the other school districts, they're in urban areas, development has happened, and those properties have changed hands decades ago. So they don't have the question of how do we preserve, how do we maintain these the way the community wants us to. Those questions we are still dealing with, and when you talk to attorneys, when you talk to school districts that have gone through it, they have absolutely no answers, no experience on the historic one-room schoolhouses because they don't have them anymore and haven't for a long time. So in that regard, I guess I know a little bit more than most because I've actually spent the time on the Google looking up how that happens, and it's a very long process. It most likely for us will involve another 7-Eleven committee when we get to that point for surplus sites. I think that it would go a long way to informing the community if we were to begin that 7-Eleven process of learning what that process is legally, so that the community can have their concerns put to rest about the historic one-room schoolhouses. I think we need to not have that be a question for much longer. So I'm bringing that up in my board report that I would, in the near future, like to see that happen as an agenda item if for discussion, so that we can, as a board, talk about those concerns on how we're going to move forward with surplus sites. And even if consolidation doesn't happen, I think it's still important to do because we still have those historic one-room schoolhouses, regardless of what else is up in the air. So I am formally making that request to my fellow board members, that is not something we keep on the back burner. And that is the end of my report. Don't forget to go see Legally Blonde. Our next meeting is Wednesday, January 17th, tentatively scheduled to be held here at the County Administration Building. Open session will start at 6:30. Thank you so much. We are adjourned. The very first thing will be reorganization again. So we're going to call to order the Amador County Office of Ed meeting at 10:04. All of the elected board members are in attendance. Dr. Gibson, do we have any deletions or corrections to this agenda?
No.
Okay. I am on the wrong meeting. I don't know how I did that.
I did it earlier too.
Okay. Okay, so organization is way far down. So we have presentations and recognitions. There are none for tonight. Employee organizations, we have none in the room, no representatives. And likewise, we will have no public comment for the county meeting because there is no one here but us. Unless Mr. Geedy would like to make a public comment, we would welcome him to the podium. Okay. So we are to item 8, the board annual organization meeting, and at this point, I will turn it over to Dr. Gibson.
So we are back to doing the election of officers again, as we do each year in December. We'll take a first nomination. The person will accept it or deny it. If the person accepts it, then we'll take a second, and then we'll do a roll call vote. If the person denies it, then we will sit and wait for another nomination. And that goes for president, clerk, and secretary of the board. So do I have a motion for president?
I move that we nominate Julia Burns for president.
Julia, do you accept?
I will.
Is there a second?
A second.
Roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Marzano?
No.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Motion passes for Ms. Burns, 3-2. Clerk, do we have a motion?
I nominate Jim Whitaker.
Jim, do you accept?
Yes, I accept.
Sorry, Mr. Whitaker, sorry. Is there a second?
I second.
Roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Marzano?
No.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
I'm a yes.
Okay, 3-2 for Mr. Whitaker. Do we have a motion for secretary?
I move that Dr. Tori Gibson hold the position of secretary.
Dr. Tori Gibson accepts.
I will second.
Roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. And then we have our dates established for ACOE. This is a companion item. So obviously they match the ACOSD meeting just like normal. Do we have, do we vote on those earlier? Yes, we did. Okay, sorry. Do we have, it's late, sorry. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve item 2, the dates of the regular board meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Thank you. 5-0, meeting agenda is set for the 2024 calendar year. And I will turn it back over to you.
We are to the consent agenda. Did anyone have questions regarding the consent agenda? It's very brief. We have minutes and warrants. If there are no questions or comments, we're ready for a motion.
I move we accept item 9, the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Item 10, we have no communications, which brings us to our discussion action items, which look to be companion items from the previous meeting. We have a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Pursuant to Article 8, Section 36 of the California Constitution, Amador County Office of Education is required to hold a public meeting to determine how monies received from EPA are spent in the schools. Since there are no public comments for the public hearing, we're going to close the public hearing and turn it over to Mr. Critchfield for 11.2.
Thank you. So the education protection account, similar setup to the district side. However, on the county, there are only $146,000 set aside that must be spent on teachers. We spend way more than that on the county side as well. And so again, this reflects that we will spend the $146,000 on teaching staff on the county side. And we recommend approval of the resolution.
Are there any questions for Mr. Critchfield? No. If there are no questions, we're ready for a motion.
I have a question.
Okay.
Sorry. Is this linked to consolidation in any way? Paying staff of a consolidated manner or?
No, it is not. This is a yearly, we don't have any staff on the county side that's linked to consolidation. It's all focused on special education and students with moderate to severe disabilities and support services for special education students, so it's not linked.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anything in the county agenda that's linked to consolidation? Because consolidation is really just a unified school district.
No, there's nothing in the county budget that's linked to consolidation.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing that would ever come before this body would be if there was any financial issues with ACUSD, and then the county office is responsible for overseeing that budget. But we're not in that place, so.
So that leaves us ready for a motion then, unless there are additional questions?
I move that we approve item 11.2.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Resolution passes. 11.3, we have the first interim budget revisions. Mr. Critchfield.
Yep, just like on the county, on the district side, this reflects the first 4 months of expenditures and then the final 8 months of the budget. A few revisions, nothing, crazy in here, but again, decreasing some expenditures on one side, increasing revenues with a county community school grant, and just figuring out, special education expenses are always a challenge to figure out, and that's primarily the budget for the county side. And so we're just, now that we're into the school year, know what students we have, just adjusting that budget accordingly. And we recommend the board approve these revisions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Critchfield? No. If not, we can have a motion.
I move to approve item 11.3, Amador County Office of Education's 2023-2024 first interim budget revisions.
I'll second. So roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. That item passes. 11.4, Mr. Critchfield, the budget
Yes.
certification.
Yep, so just like on the district side, county budget reflects our expenditures and revenues for the projection of the rest of this year and what has already been spent or brought in the form of revenue. Again, the focus on the county side with the way we're constructed is on special education. And so you see the revenue sources look very different. We're in a hold harmless situation with our LCFF formula on the county side. And SELPA funds, all of our special education funds, federal and state, funnel through the county office budget first. So you see higher percentages of the budget coming out of federal and other state resources. That's because those are those special education funds, which we mentioned earlier in the SELPA meeting, we're underfunded, but we still will happily take the money they will send us in these departments. And so it does reflect a significant portion of the county budget. I do want to point out there's an other local revenue aspect to this because all students are district students first, with just a couple of small exceptions. There are not county office students in moderate to severe programs. There are county office employees who help run those programs, but they are district students. The district is obligated to educate those kids. The county shoulders that with the budget, but it doesn't have quite enough money to do that. So there's an other local revenue stream, and a large portion of that is money that the district sends to the county to be able to fund special education. Okay, and so that's reflected in this budget as well. Just like on the district side, the majority of our expenditures are on our people. The multi-year projection is reflected in here, along with going back in time on our reserve totals. 17, 18, the color doesn't even appear, it was so small. It's, well, on the diagram, it says 502, but it's 501 and 76 cents, which when I'm a crazy old man, I'll still be saying that number. So the reserve requirement on the county side is 4%, not 3%. It's just a different threshold that counties are held to have 4% in reserves. That standard would be $446,000. We're anticipating having $570,000. And so that is a reserve percentage of 5.11%. And we are recommending a positive budget certification for first interim.
Did you guys have follow-up questions for Mr. Critchfield? Okay, then we are ready for a motion.
I move that we certify a positive certification for the first interim report.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
For information only, we have current personnel recommendations and a memo of understanding with Azusa Pacific University. Dr. Palazuelos.
Thank you, Board President. This is just a memorandum of understanding with the Azusa Pacific University for an adaptive physical education student that is working towards a credential, and their program requires a memorandum of understanding.
So is that an intern?
They are currently, let me look real quick. Adapted physical teacher, and I believe they could be an intern. I'd have to double check.
Is it like a student teacher position?
It's their credentialing program, and it could be an intern that's under their program, and they require a memorandum of understanding in order to work with us.
Okay.
So, yep.
That sounds good for us. So we are on to board reports. Dr. Gibson, did you have an additional report?
I do not.
Would any board member like to make an additional report?
I'll add one thing to my earlier report. There was a email from, I think it was from the Foothill Indian Education regarding the names of the consolidated school, and I just wanted to say that the naming of the new name of the new consolidated school, in my feelings, in no way does that condone any of the actions of the past. I believe the name is more reflective of the county, and I was actually surprised when the information that was presented. So I just want to put that out there, let them know that I heard their request and thought about I should say something here at the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Crow. I did see that letter as well. I did inquire as to how much feedback we had heard from our local tribes, and that was the only tribal comment that we had received. So, that being said, our next meeting is again Wednesday, January 17th, tentatively scheduled to be here at the County Administration Building, and we'll start immediately following the ACUSD meeting. We are adjourned. It is 10:20. Yes. See you guys all at 1 tomorrow.